Just a couple of nadas, you know, as a treat. Don't make fun of my little screen there. Okay, just because it looks like Wendy's from the 1990s doesn't mean that you should make fun of it. Actually, probably more McDonald's because it's more red than yellow. Hi. Hello. So, first of all, Culpa Innata. I retained no information. Retained no info. Yeah, friend of mine from work does like graphic design and stuff, and she was like, "Hey, do you want me to do some graphic design for your Twitch?" I was like, "Sure, you know, I'm not gonna fucking pay you." No, she said she wanted practice, so I didn't have to pay her. Anyway, she was like, "Do you want to do like some Chrome?" I'm like, "No, no, I don't want Chrome." Yeah, I didn't find out much last time, but we have our Culpa Innata handy dandy notebook here because there is an in-game notebook that tracks your progress and like writes down objectives and stuff, but it's not. I don't know how to explain it other than, you know, that in Skyrim there's like a mission, I think it's in Windhelm, where there's a murder and you basically solve it by just following waypoints and just talking to everyone and asking them every possible question. It's not what this game is like. So yeah, so we're gonna just. You found out about that dead person's other sexual partner, the teacher with the obnoxious student. Yes. Yes. Well, that was a dead end because I think I asked the wrong question. Talk to the teacher again. See, that's what we got to do. But listen, I think I'm really going to need your help today. Will you help me? You won't? That's probably, yeah. Talk to the teacher again, and it was called the Thing Store. Sesame Street? No, it's Blue's Clues. Hindering is a kind of helping. Did I even open the game? Let's just do just chatting. What do you think? I got my lighting back, so everything's so everything's nice and bright. So I don't know. I think I look nice. So game. ASMR pen clicking. Stop playing games that sound like I would love them and making me want to spend money. Listen, first things first. That music's coming down. Oh my god. Just gonna go ahead. Yeah, and it's so low quality as far as graphics go. Or it's not like a real. It doesn't really put a lot of pressure on your graphics card, so you might even be able to stream it on your laptop. So, all right, and we're complete with mods now. So we have subtitles on everything, including what the fuck happened? Where's it didn't kill the saved games because I tested it. I opened the game and I loaded and then I saved it is what happened. I am just beyond. Okay, listen. Hold on. Let's. Yeah, I fucking loaded the game to test the subtitles. Like everything was good. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Everybody, just calm down. Everything's fine. Hold on. We're gonna go. Yeah, try loading a game anyway. Just click on a random box. Okay, that's a good idea. On the bright side, fresh notebook. Yeah. There is nothing to click on. There are no game files. This. Everybody just shh. Oh God. We're just gonna browse the local files. See, listen, this is not a thing that. Okay. Did I run it from Steam? Does Steam have cloud saves? Yeah, we're going to investigate that. We're just going to browse the local files is what we're going to do. So what we're going to do. Let's yeah, there's my save files. My save files are all there. So I don't understand. It's literally all there. Right there. Save games. Right there. Right there. Thank you for cheering 10 bits of sad faces. I appreciate that. Let's close the game. And then we're going to reopen it. And you can continue to look at me. How's everybody's day going? You know? Are you having a good friggin' day? Huh. I'm doing great. Everything's fine. What is it with this game? What is it with this game? It heard me say like I didn't want the music blaring in my ears, and it was like, fuck you. Yeah, my daughter won a ribbon at the fair today. Let's see. Your cameras captured a kitty sitting on our porch. It's a fair, Morgan. It's a fair. It was at a fairgrounds. Let's see. See if the save files are just in the wrong place now? That could be what happened. Maybe. Hmm. Does it? It can't. It can't be. Apparently, it's a bug that can happen. That's cool. It was a sanctioned show, so it wasn't like a lights out match where anything goes. This is cool. Watch a man look for his save files. It's all there. Maybe do it again. Yeah, because it's We got Culpa Innata. Then we've got data. Then we've got save game. And there it is. Just there it is. It's right there. This is cool. This is fun. This is awesome. Yeah, we're just gonna keep running the game. We're just gonna keep running it over and over. Yeah. We're just gonna close Steam. Just gonna close it down. By the way, we got new followers, so like since the last time I streamed, so hello to Ashley O, Cookie Ben, and Hoss00312 _ Thank you for following. Uh, all right, I'm gonna need everyone to pray. Just kind of like put your hand out to the computer. Except for the atheists. No, atheists aren't allowed to pray. Hoss is a bad bot. Damn it. I knew bunch of numbers followed by underscore might not be a person. Let's just open the White Claw, okay? It's time for the White Claw already. Let's... Ow! It's still not there. I'm gonna just try like moving the save data to, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe it shouldn't be in a subfolder. Maybe it should just be, you know what I mean? I don't know. As Lex Luger once said, I don't know. I'm already thinking of other games to play now, though. Or do I want to just start this game from the beginning since I didn't retain anything anyway? Because you know what? I could probably speedrun back to where I was. Okay, speedrun, maybe not, but probably in the same amount of time yeah. I'm thinking do it again. I think you're probably right, but like I'm just so confused because the save files are right there. They're just right there. And it confuses me. Okay, listen, everyone. I'm just gonna just Google one more time. Yeah, I don't know if installing the mod might have moved it. I did play it after the mod. That's true. That's true. Yep. Part of me is just like, you know what? Everyone who's here, most of them were not here before. So and Amy's here to get me through like all of the puzzles. So that's also a plus too. You know what? I think when I tested it after I installed the mod, pretty sure I just did new game because I just didn't want to mess anything up. I didn't even want to accidentally progress. So yeah. Maybe it's just not compatible. I didn't save anything. I didn't like overwrite anything. Is that the issue? It can't be. It can't be the issue because there's like 50 there's like 50 slots. So yeah, let's just start from the beginning. It's fine. Cause you know what? I'm worried. Listen, it's my friends here, but I'm still concerned about audience retention. I don't want my friends to leave. Ah! I think I just learned something about myself just now. Hi. Let's play Culpa Innata. Would everyone like to do that? If you're still here, put your hands up. And then put them onto the keyboard and say, I'm still here. Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seat. All eyes on me. We can watch the really weird intro again, too. Banjo and Chuck, good to see ya. I really did type Banjo the other day. It wasn't autocorrect, but you seemed upset, so I lied and said it was autocorrect. I just heard myself in the other room. That was amazing. No, I'm not gonna skip cutscenes. I like the cutscenes. Who's Bo Burnham? There's a song he sings in the middle of Inside that's basically like, hey, are you still enjoying this? And I really want to learn to sing so I can just sing it during my streams. What? There's no sound? There's no sound here. There's not supposed to be sound. Shut up.
Our beautiful blue planet dies with the sun. This, children, is the reality. Timeless reality.
The Earth, it's drying up.
Hey, that's what she said.
Fuel the sun with hydrogen. All we have to do is build a pipeline. A cosmic world.
Bum ba-da-dum, bum 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 bum. Was that close to Kurzgesagt at all?
But I have to leave now. There's a meeting, you know, up there. You take over. Will you, love?
What is this?
We know how hard you've worked to become one of us. We know how hard you've tried to shed your old habits, your old world views, in order to be a citizen of the new world order. All of you here
Order.
have
I think I did that last
succeeded.
time.
The
Fine.
final test of this immigration academy, because all of you here are blessed with perfectly selfish genes. The Red Queens, which have survived and which will continue to survive. despite ancient religions which tell us that it is the meek who shall inherit the world. No, not the meek, but the very best shall inherit the world. The most selfish, the most determined.
I like how they're making fun of
the
ancient
strongest
religions, but then they
shall inherit
display
the world.
an image from an even
That
more
is the
ancient
scientific
religion.
truth, the ultimate reality. The world will win if only the very best win. This is the way of the almighty sage. This is the only way for our unions, our planet's survival. Let me warn you, however, that the danger
even-
is not over.
Yeah.
There'll always be those altruists who will attempt to break you. There'll always be those who will try to sneak into
Yeah,
our
this
glorious new
this
world
society
order
is not
and try to
based.
undo our
It is
system.
cringe,
For that,
everyone.
we have the rigorous security
I am now a
interview.
political streamer.
And now, we expect all of you to meet with Senior Officer Wallace, who's trained to eliminate
You
the
can,
sickly
sure.
infiltrators. The almighty
Amy will explain the game in the chat. Dog fascism is-
Sage.
Oh, they say some really problematic shit here. The most westernized. I didn't catch that the first time. They also do this, which I think is like one step away from a very bad gesture. It's rough. I don't like what's going on here. All right, so let me know what's going on with audio. I'm watching the levels, but again, let me know if things are too loud or too
Oh,
soft.
these graduation ceremonies. They're all the same. Well, at least I get to interview some of the graduates this year.
Yeah, so basically it's a point and click adventure, which is fucking not my strong suit because it involves paying attention. But you are a detective. I guess you are. Listen, you work for the fascist government, and your character is just super into the fascism. They fully took whatever pill it is to love the fascism. And you also work for immigration, so you get to interview people. And the whole thing, Amy's probably the point and click parts are thrown in, kind of like the shooting in Mass Effect. Yes. So you get to interview the potential immigrants and decide if they pass or fail. It started off as like a tech demo for like facial whatever. That's why the character models are like weird and polygonal, but the faces look, I want to say, realistic. And you can also tell what like emotions they're making because it was like a tech demo for the facial. The faces were better than Mass Effect Andromeda the first time around. Is everyone on board? Look at this fucking plant.
Poor plants. Needy of my attention. Well, at least they're maintenance-free.
I'm sorry. I think my daughter is watching me stream. I should probably stop yelling the F words. So
My makeup kit and social security card are here, but...
the F word is
Hey,
fascism, yes.
Where's my cabinet key? And my personal assistant? They're both gone. I bet old Julius took them and dumped them somewhere.
Everyone's supposed to wear a personal assistant, which is like a fucking, it's like this thing. It's like a Bluetooth whatever. But she forgot
The
it,
computer has so many
which like
functions and capabilities.
you're not supposed to forget
There's
it.
never
You
a
get
case
like,
that lets me use it to its full potential.
okay, before I kind of speedrun, I'll show the people who are here for the first time.
Well,
Like, this is how society is
this my
set up.
Development Index certificate. In other words, my credibility rating. Not that high, but it's still good to know that my credibility is better than 80% of the World Union population. Still doesn't explain the dire straight bank account, though.
I think it comes down to, like, if you're above 69, nice. You are at least a functioning member of society. Feel free to correct me in the chat. So 72 isn't like, I don't know, Ian. I installed a mod so that I installed a mod that improves it a little bit. That's why you're seeing subtitles just in the regular game. And my save files are still there, but they're just not showing up in under load game. So, yeah. So yeah, we're a 72. There's a bunch of rules, which we'll get into. Like, I think you can't like interview anyone above a certain amount or whatever. But let's just go to our computer. Yeah, and unlike what I was talking about with Skyrim with that murder investigation, you can't just ask everybody every question and eventually stumble upon the answers you need. You can only ask so many questions per day. It's like their way of not like making you ask the right questions.
An urgent meeting. I wonder what it could be about. And I was hoping to do my first security interview today. Oh well, we'll see.
So we're just gonna hope that this save file
I have called you
lasts.
here for a
you know.
very urgent matter. A Union citizen has been murdered.
What?
A murder? The last time such a gruesome crime took place in the Union was 15 years ago. How can it be possible?
I said a Union citizen. I did not say in the World Union.
The rogue states?
Who was it?
A Union citizen named Vasily Bogdanov, with a Human Development Index of 70, was found murdered in a town called Odessa in the rogue state of Russia. He was found by the Russian police yesterday, but they did not realize that he was
The
one of
central
our
mystery is the
citizens
murder.
until this morning. He was murdered by a firearm.
Did they catch the murderer, Chief?
No, unfortunately, they
You
have
learn
no
later
leads or
that people
witnesses
don't
on
even
him.
know what firearms
Man has
are.
been murdered, and no clues yet? How can they be so incompetent?
They have to deal with very shrewd criminals, Julio, and their system cannot provide the peace and tranquility to its people like our system.
So, what do we do, Chief?
We start investigating.
Also,
from
the voice
our
acting
end.
is
According to
hit
our
or miss.
records, Mr. Bogdanov
I guess they never
immigrated
miss.
to our union 3 years ago from Russia. Our primary goal is to find out who committed the murder and why Mr. Bogdanov had gone back to Russia. Julio,
Yes, Chief?
I want you to dig into Mr. Bogdanov's records and find all you can. His files, transaction records, everything. Phoenix,
I'm listening.
the info from the census office indicated Mr. Bogdanov's address. I want you to check out his apartment, his friends, and business associates. And for heaven's sake, where is your PA?
I couldn't find it after I came back from the bathroom.
Why
I
did she
suspect
take it off
old
to go to the
Julius
bathroom?
Took it and hid it somewhere.
You're
Again.
supposed to always wear it.
I don't know why we've been tolerating him all this time. Oh, whatever. I want both of you to understand that this murder case is extremely important. We cannot let any harm come to one of our citizens, even if that citizen happens to be outside of our borders. This will not stand. Now we need to bring the murderer to justice and give a message to the whole world that the Union of the New World Order will pursue any evil wrongdoers, no matter where they hide.
We won't let you down, Chief. By the way, are we gonna get paid overtime if we happen to work late?
Payment for overtime is clearly explained in the Global Peace and Security Network Company Rulebook.
Why would you
I
ask
suggest
that in a
you read the
fascist
chapter on
society?
compensation before
I don't
you fill out your
understand.
next time sheet.
You're wrong, Chief. I'll do my best to solve this case. With Nix.
Okay, time to get busy.
Chief,
And then it just turns
you have a
into
minute?
like a rhythm
What
game.
is it, Julio?
I have reservations about this assignment.
What is it? You can't handle the sight of a corpse.
Oh, of course I can. Actually, I'm concerned about whether or not our individual skills will be fully utilized in this case.
Julio, stop dancing around the issue and get to the point.
Sure. I don't think we will be getting the very best results if Nix is interviewing the people. Everybody knows about her below-average communication skills.
And what is your proposal?
I was thinking that I should be conducting the interviews. And Nix can dig up the information. With her exemplary analytical skills, I am sure she will do a better job at digging up facts from databases.
What makes you think exemplary analytical skills are not needed in interviews? Just because you can make small talk better with people, it does not mean you will be better at criminal investigation interviews. Besides, Phoenix is senior to you, and she will lead this investigation. Is that clearly understood?
Yes, Chief.
Dismissed.
He's so
My
sad.
goodness. This is a really big one.
All right.
Cases like this don't come around every day. More like never. This is my chance to prove myself, and maybe even get a promotion.
All right. Phoenix agreed to wear the advanced interrogation crop top and you didn't. Yes, her outfit does not look comfortable. Listen. We had to go upstairs, right? We gotta go get our fucking PA. Let's go to the second floor. Speed run! It controls like a Resident Evil game too, so that's fun. Let's go talk to Julius. Everyone, you're in for a treat. Let's show you what you're in for.
Let's see if I can get anything sensible from him. I'm sure he took my
Just
PA.
mopping in a circle.
Hi, Julius.
Can you smell them?
Smell what?
The stench of 1,000 dead bodies.
What bodies? What are you talking about?
Look at the rats. They're all over them.
Julius?
I have to do something. I have to bury all
Can
the
you
dead.
Are you referring to the dead bodies in the ancient graveyard next to our building?
Can you smell them?
Should not
The stench of 1,000 bodies.
Okay, Julius. Go cover them.
I will call my troops.
The rats are all over them.
You do that. He's a
It
nutcase,
really
all
does.
right, but lately he's getting completely out of hand.
He was a piece of shit. That guy sucked.
There's my PA.
PA? Activate.
Alexa.
This is my PA.
I had no joke there.
My
I just said
personal
that's
assistant.
like an Alexa.
Every
Good job,
world-living
Matt.
citizen has a PA. I wouldn't know how to live without one.
Yeah, it's not even overwriting anything, so I guess it's just there. I'll use all 4 slots, you know, just to be safe. So at least we'll have backups. Alright. Alright, if I recall correctly, now we go back to our office. The game doesn't want you to get non-nudity in your nudity patch. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to tell me when the nudity's coming up, because we're gonna have to flood this bad boy with emotes. By the way, feel free to just go wild with emotes. Not even just for engagement, but I just love seeing those emotes all over the screen. But a lot of people don't know this about this game, is if you click on the plant.
My big plant.
So, like, not a lot of people know about that.
My big plant.
Oh, look at the small plant.
My poor tiny plant. I wonder why it's not growing the way it is supposed to. It's genetically engineered to be maintenance-free.
Do you have the
Maybe
big
it doesn't
Yoshi?
like this place either.
What's wrong with me? It's like I'm recovering from the trauma, and I use that word very liberally, of the first 10 minutes of this stream, and now I'm just like having a great time. All right.
My security pass is in there, and I need to open it.
And as we all know, bobby pins can do anything. Right.
I've seen this trick in an old age 2D movie. Let's see if it works.
This is the puzzle to filter out the misogynist. Well, I needed your help with it,
That's my
so...
security pass.
Not all men. Oh, okay. So the fact that I couldn't solve it means I'm not a misogynist? Oh yeah, the Ultimate One tablet is definitely an orgasm pill. 100%. This actually looks like the hairbrush we own. It's got Elsa on it. So we're just gonna go ahead and take that. All right, click, 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 click. Oh, whoops. Oh, you know what? We're gonna use our handy dandy notebook. I am so jazzed right now. Our social security number is this. Guys, it's like 900 degrees in this house. Or in this room. Like, right now. I am dying. Oh man, I forgot to,
I can get on with my new
I forgot to mess around with channel points. I was gonna add, remind me to save. Like I always tell Banjo to do during Dead by Daylight. Remember to save your game! I'm gonna... Hold on. Second. Chair stream. I'll be right back. I've been getting a lot of mileage out of the Hasanabi chair emote, so I hope all of you... Hey Matt, remember to save. Thank you. Let me know if you can hear the fan and I'll turn up the noise gate. But, see, it's been like 90 degrees all day, and then it rained, and I'm like, sweet, cold front, it'll be nice and cool in here. No. All right. Okay, good. I was going silent just to see if you might hear it when I talk a little bit, but that's cool. So, okay, nothing to do here yet. I'm trying to remember what to do. We're at the point where I go outside now, right?
I love my view of the city from here. I just wish I had similar feelings for the building itself.
Why doesn't she like the building? Oh yeah, we get our fun cutscene now. Chat, you want some lore? Emotes in the chat for lore. Let's go! Is it because it's like an ancient building? What? What am I waiting for? Oh, the auditorium. It's so funny. I move like an idiot just because I can't click
That door leads
straight.
to the auditorium. This is where the novices have their graduation ceremony. Those are the seats for the devotees of our system. In every graduation ceremony, those seats are filled with distinguished devotees from the city.
It's weird, like, it's a fascist dystopia and it's all about society as a whole, but like you're encouraged to be selfish, but they're really weird about what selfish means. It has to be like selfishness in service of the New World Order.
It
I don't
looks
know.
like an
It's very
ID card.
confusing.
Hey, it's an ID card of a novice here in the academy. He must have dropped it during the graduation ceremony.
Yeah, why isn't fascism more clear? That's bullshit. It's in my inventory now. Okay, good. Oh, another feature is that you can do this. Okay. She's like a cat. Alright, let's get some lore. We'll just start from the left. There will be a test. The test being the entire game. Here, have some lore.
Nation states of the 20th century. They all suffered
Okay,
from the same sickness.
why didn't I
Gluttony.
notice that right away?
never
She
had enough.
absolutely looks like Joanna from Perfect Dark. 100%. Which is a game I need to play on stream again. So yeah. Oops. There's some lore for you. You don't need to read it in detail, but just get an idea of the aesthetics and
About that terrible
what they
thing
think about events that have happened.
cost me both of my parents.
Adoption of single currency in the World Union areas. This is like biblical stuff. Crazy how this game predicted 9/11. Why was you fucker? Why was that so funny to me? Clearly the game came out after 9/11. I don't know. It's been 20 years and we learned nothing. Anyway, happy belated 8/21, by the way.
The advances we made in the last 20 years are amazing. I'm so proud of our world union.
Clearly the game came out in 1998. 99.99% of World Union newborns are free of genetic disease. So yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a Kurzgesagt video. Like, the ethics of doing genetic stuff. Doing designer babies. I feel like I've seen that somewhere. But is it really a designer baby if you're like, hey, I don't want them to get this disease? I don't know, man. Did they genetically modify the babies or just kill the ones with defects? I think the former. I hope. Can I click on this one? Having trouble clicking on this one.
Those are the lands of the poor unexploitables in green. Unfortunately, the people living there are suffering from so many diseases, their genetic makeup has been severely damaged.
Just a sprinkling of fascism, you know?
Those are the areas controlled by the World Union forces. There are invaluable resources in those areas that cannot be left in the hands of people with no economic sense.
They don't know any better. Those are
the rogue state areas in red. Those lands are still governed by ancient nation-state rules and regulations. Poor rogue state people. They still pay taxes. Oh well, it's their choice.
I'm just... How do they not pay taxes and have all this? I don't...
Those are the World Union.
There's obviously public transport.
Those areas under the protection of the final Bill of Rights, our Constitution.
We also own Antarctica, which I just noticed. So that's some bullshit. Here's our
Constitution.
The final Bill of Rights. It's like when my union was like, hey, the first offer from the company is the final offer. That's exactly the same. So, yeah. I think my favorite one is the right to be cleansed from past actions and thoughts shall be provided to every lawful citizen as instructed by a court of the land or as requested by the citizen himself. Yeah, it's very, very weird that they have the Second Amendment. Very strange. Why is that there? I don't know. Maybe the fact that they're emphasizing the militia part even more is like making the hogs think they can still own their guns. But they're like, nah, you gotta actually be in the militia. And you're not allowed to be in the militia. Maybe that's what it is. Alright, y'all. It's time to get wacky, okay? I remember what's coming up here. You don't, but this is the thing. This is the part. Run. I might just start calling her Joanna. Don't blame yourself, Joanna. Okay, let's run here. This is the part that was in the trailer that made me decide, yes, I am 100% playing this game. Is that going to be our lore? I'm just going to call her Joanna. See, this is the problem I have with these games, is like, use this with this. You know? What? Can I just go?
Those doors lead outside. The novices in the academy
I think I pushed the wrong button for use.
So it only opens with a security pass.
Is this the button for use? No? Oh, maybe I had... Yeah, I had to trigger the... security pass. Look at her sachet. I kind of like White Claw, guys. It's pretty good. I've been watching a lot of Jack's films, and he's always like having White Claws, and I'm like, I should get one. I'm the perfect consumer. Yeah, this right here. This is the...
Hey, come here.
Hey!
I said come here.
Look at this man. Observe him. Breathe him in. Witness peak athleticism.
Ouch. Oh, darn.
Oh,
I don't know
darn.
if I dreamt that or not. That was the same guy who dropped his ID in the auditorium.
My man just materialized through a fence. Joanna's way out of. Don't
There's
blame
a
yourself,
texture to
Joanna.
this thing.
Carrington, I can't do a Carrington accent. I don't. That's like. That's a clipping error they couldn't fix and wrote it into the plot. True. All right. Of course, we have to go to our. We gotta go to our makeup kit. Did you hear that? Let's do ASMR. Okay, sorry. Sorry, everybody. What was it? Cotton balls now, I think.
It's strange, but beautiful. I should scan it in just in case.
This one you just look at. What prayer is this? That could break this thing wide open. You guys can tell me what prayer that is.
This is an entrance to an ancient graveyard.
I did
Wonder
not.
why they didn't
I
cremate
did not
them.
erase my saves. Why is the meme on this channel that things are my mistake? Huh? Why is that the prevailing opinion? I don't have Kelly on this scene. Damn it! I was gonna make her pop up. I didn't mean you. I meant the game. I know. I'm just kidding.
Is
It's
this
fine.
really a lock?
I'm not mad.
Or some kind of test? I hope it's not a hidden camera joke.
No, I legitimately was not feeling persecuted there. I was just messing with you. Now, I don't fucking know this. When I first did this, like no one was here, and I was just trying to. I was clicking everything. So if someone wants to tell me how to do this, just fucking tell me, and I will just click the things. Cause no, look at this fucking plant, Maddie Flummox. Thank you. See if I can look it up before you guys can. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying 4, 4, 3. Okay, I thought you were click the first one 4 times. My bad.
The guy is gone.
My bad,
If he
everybody.
was ever really there, that is.
See, if I drink enough White Claw, then if I do something stupid, I just blame the White Claw. It's 5% alcohol.
It has a butterfly image on it.
peep this ratio, by the way.
I'll take this disk and examine it at my office computer. This place is giving me the creeps.
Just go to the subway and not look at the computer. Okay. We're going to the subway. Friends.
It's the entry to the perfect metro system of Adrianopolis. It's so perfect that car sales in the city are at a halt. I'm sure this must have pissed off so many car manufacturers.
She just fucking loves the government, dude. Yeah, it really does. It looks like nuclear reactors. That's actually what I thought it was at first. Alright, where was the pass? Let's find where the pass. The thing to refill. I think it's over here. No? No. Maybe? No, can't go that way. Run, Joanna. Don't blame yourself. Nope. There's a machine in a corner we gotta find. And we're on the wrong side. I went left instead of right because I'm left-handed. That's probably why. There it is.
It's a Metro credit dispenser.
See?
It's a Metro credit dispenser.
Yeah, go over to it, dude.
It's a Metro credit
Do I
dispenser.
really? I need to go get rejected first? Get the fuck out of here. This game, 0 out of 10. I have to go try to walk back here, get rejected, and then go back to the credit dispenser.
Insufficient credit
fucked.
to enter Metro.
Darn. I guess my Metro pass has expired.
E sounded like Mordin Solus. Do you remember what Mordin from Mass Effect sounds like?
I need to get credit first.
Never mind. Can't listen to it again. It's Mordin's old job. Insufficient credit, Commander. Yeah, I'm talking about Mordin, the Solarian, the scientist. All right, we are 293. Wouldn't it be funny if I typed in my social security number? Chat, do you think I should type in my social security number just as a goof?
That should be enough to renew my pass for a while.
Chat, what? I don't know if that... I don't know if that's a thing that... Yeah, I was just gonna say, everybody drop your social numbers in the chat. Sashay, They just, I don't know. Were they like, with our 10-year-old outdated graphics, let's go for the male gaze here? I don't know.
A nice ad, but I don't understand what it's trying to advertise.
Imagine possibilities. The city you were born. Put the last time you had a meaningful conversation with your father in the chat. I'm gonna go get more White Claw. Hi. Matt leaves and Phoenix get hit by a subway. Yeah, there's a QTE. Yo, audience participation in the chat. What was a traumatic event that has really affected the way you trust other people? Sound off in the chat. Let's open this can. Oh yeah. Yes, I did see the prompt from the CIA or the FBI that was like, what is a felony you got away with that nobody knows? Yeah. There it is.
It's a new version of the Metro map. I really should update my PA with it.
Matt fact number 13, Matt may or may not be an alcoholic. Not. Because I often try to drink alcohol and then I just drink Dr. Pepper. So.
The navigation map on my PA is updated now.
Ooh, the storm is back. That was not like a Q thing. It's just storming again. I'm not an alcoholic, but I can fucking party.
Oh, darn. My PA reset. Again. I wish they could fix these random glitches that happen while traveling with the Metro.
Yo, get butterfly, bitch! You clipped, look at this fucking plant. Amazing. I really want somebody to do a video to make accessible what just happened with Carolina offer sheeting Kasperi Kotkaniemi. I really want... The hockey guy will probably make a video about it. I just want more people to understand the petty hilarity that just happened. Alright, I'm gonna do my best. What was it, last year or the year before? Okay, when a player is ready for a new contract, they have sole negotiating rights with the team they're already on, but another team can say, hey, we'll pay them this much, and then the original team has the right to match that. Yeah. So Montreal did that to one of Carolina's young star players. They sent an offer sheet and said, oh, we'll pay him this much. And of course Carolina was going to match it because they wanted to keep this player. But it's just a huge inconvenience. So Carolina did the same thing today to Montreal. And then they offered this player, this young player who's up for a new contract, they offered him 1 year, $6 million. So now Montreal has to decide, are we going to play this young player $6 million for 1 year, and then we have to renegotiate with him next year? And then Carolina tweeted The official Carolina Hurricanes account tweeted an Uno reverse card on Twitter. It was basically like, yeah, you did this to us, so we're doing it to you. Yes, and Carolina's GM did the exact quote that Montreal did a couple years ago. I hope I made that somewhat accessible. We're going to Vasily's home. I'm so sorry. I just had to share that. It's so funny. They tweeted an Uno reverse card.
Julio, that dumbass.
You know what we need to do? Yep. Alright. So now... Let me know what you think of the robot voices, by the way.
So, the late Mr. Bogdanov used to live here.
Greetings. This is the home of Vasily Bogdanov. How may I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I need to get inside. Computer, open the door.
You have no authorization to enter this house.
I don't understand.
You need to get authorization.
White, blue, red. Yeah, we had that whole thing where I was like, what does the Russian flag look like? I'm a dumb American. And I did like France first. I hear thunder and then I hear people screaming, and that concerns me. Anyway.
Computer, access Global Peace and Security Network database. I am a peace officer, and my badge number is 316 Charlie Omega 77 Papa Echo Papa. This is an emergency. I need the door open now.
Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace. House security disarmed. Doors open. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm investigating a fucking murder. Yeah, you would expect that from, like, I don't know, a guy is at work on the docks and you're trying to, like, interrogate him. He's like, hey, I got work to do here. But, like, you're going to the guy's house. You should have a warrant, you know? Especially in this society. What the hell is that?
What a beautiful thing. It must be very valuable.
Yeah, I just described a scene from every episode of CSI. Yeah, there's a guy on TikTok that does it really well. He, like, does dialogue from, like, a procedural crime drama or whatever.
Wow.
And one of them was like, hey, I got a shipment to take care of. Maybe if you want to walk with me, you can talk, but I gotta keep moving. You know. She's calling everything a thing, yeah. It's just like, we're just gonna bust out this dialogue here. We don't know where we're gonna put it, but you're gonna like the things.
Looks like a printed business card. How old-fashioned.
But then it turns out things are an actual product. Yeah, it's like Kleenex. It just is. Okay.
Oh. Mr. Bogdanov used to be the owner of the Thing store at the Pyramid.
I don't know how to explain
I love
it,
that store.
but like her shirt is supposed to be like showing her midriff and the small of her back, but like what's meant to be the skin like moves with the shirt. I'm describing bad graphics. I understand, but like,
PA,
wait a minute.
Add the Thing store.
I'm describing bad graphics. I understand, but I don't know. It just stands out to me. It's a shirt with her stomach drawn on it. Yeah, exactly.
It's a magnetic card of some sort. Didn't credit cards used to look like this?
Hold on one second. I'm not trying to be a nosy neighbor, but like I'm assuming the neighbor kids are just scared of the storm or something. But it's kind of like unsettling when there's a thunderstorm going on and then all of a sudden you hear just like a blood-curdling scream. So, yeah. All right. So we took his card.
What a strange set of dolls. Never seen anything like them before.
He's Russian and they're nesting dolls. You should know what those are. Literally
I heard so
unplayable.
much about this ebook. It's the latest bestseller about self-development and improvement of HDI.
Also, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm having a good time. Even though I had to start over, still I'm having a good time and I'm glad you're here with me. I hope I'm making it entertaining and I'm not being too obnoxious. Do you guys hate me? Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually maybe this is spoiler territory, but this is kind of like a pamphlet to show you how to move your human development index, you know how we're a 72. It's supposed to like show how you can move up. It's like a cult thing. It's like a program or a cult. I don't know. I don't even know if it's something possible in the society or if it's as easy, like if they're trying to show it like to be easier than it is in this pamphlet, like a self-help kind of thing. Yeah, everybody hates me. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you confirmed my suspicions because I wouldn't have believed you otherwise.
Oh, what a beautiful woman. Must be a dancer of some sort.
You suck. That's weird because the color of your name changed on Streamlabs, so I thought you were a new person at first. Oh my god. I just love how she loves everything. She's like, oh, what a beautiful woman.
Like an old-fashioned metal safe with a strange combination lock.
I'm sorry, it's white, red, blue. Is that what it is? Dumb fucking American again. Oh, white, blue, red. Okay. She's got a zeal for life that I've lost in years of life.
Yes, got it.
Yes, I got it. I sure got it. What do you think that is? Anybody know what that is? Obviously a sex toy, but what does it do?
This thing must have been locked up for a reason.
What is the purpose of this sex toy? Okay, let's just go ahead and take it. Put it in. All right. Can use it in a thing later. You rest your elbow on it when you need to prop your head up with your... I'm just gonna write down sex toy. Alright. Can we look at the pyramid now? It's weird, the city like surrounds this giant pyramid which is just a bunch of shops. I think we got everything, right? Now we can fast travel now. We go to the pyramid now, right? Pyramid Station? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll explore a little. I'm really excited to do the immigration interview again too.
I love the pyramid.
Because I did it.
It's
I'm going to do it
one
differently than I did
giant
last time, so
everything.
people can.
Covered by
If
a massive
I don't know who
glass
was
and
here
steel structure.
last
The
time, but
temperature in here is always perfect.
the people who were here will get a different experience, and the people who weren't here, it won't fucking matter. So this is the pyramid. We're inside of a giant. You can see it up in the sky. Pyramid, right up there. All right. Oh yeah, doesn't she like badmouth the church or something? Oh yeah, she doesn't even say anything about the church.
My favorite gym in the whole world. Reminds me, I could use some physical activity.
Look at that man! Here comes the boy. Hello. Should I go in the gym? No, don't go in the gym. Okay, it's just to speed up time. Okay. We won't go in there then. She just can't get enough of anything. She loves it.
It's a kiosk of the NGO Alliance. I can make a donation or join their ranks by using one of those. An NGO Alliance kiosk.
Can I look at it? Welcome to Amnesty Global. Brutal tactics of information extraction are fully supported by the rogue state governments. That's a paddling. All right. That's paddling. Studies show that the rate of neurotic tendencies among the sufferers is constantly on the rise. Oh, is this one of those secrets where we look at the thing and we get a
NGOs are the pressure
code or
groups
something?
that look out for the general interest of our society.
Rogue state governments continue to implement enslavement in the name of protecting public peace. Armed with 20th century orthodoxy, their leaders deny the scientific advances in the medical field and a chance to cure their otherwise productive citizens. What does this mean? So, they're saying slavery bad, but they're not saying it's because the people aren't subhuman. It's like they're saying that they are subhuman, but they can be cured. And therefore, they shouldn't be slaves. They should be cured of the fact that they are less than human. Let's go, baby. I figured it out. Yeah, I'm not gonna donate to that because I don't know. For my friends who weren't here last time, I was very afraid that I would just slide right into the role of fascist way too easily due to immersion, and I'm really trying not to. I'm hoping Phoenix has a change of heart here. Yes, immersion. The alt-right playbook, immersion. Go down the alley. Okay. Let's go to the thing store. Friends. Banjo and Chuck are going to bed. Have a great rest of stream. Good use of highlight my message. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. Y'all are the best. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for the bits.
Oh, the thing store. One of my favorite shops.
Also, happy birthday, Chuck, tomorrow. Right? I think I can't go any higher than this. Go this way? Ah, yes, this is the secret Antifa one.
Anti-Chaos
See you soon,
is a
fascist.
relatively new NGO.
Yikes.
Their aim is to raise awareness about the destructive effects of chaos and disorder. Their slogans are so vivid and powerful.
I'm fascish. Fashy Maddie. The F in Maddie F stands for fascist. Oh, I'm so funny. Reward myself with some Dr. Pepper. No, I actually think we have to solve this, is what we need to do. So everyone get out your calculators, show your work too. You are, what is this symbol? What is this symbol? What is this symbol right here? Because you are this, okay? This, it's a candelabra. You are a candelabra. Okay, this I don't know any of this. It's not funny. 505. Let's go type in 505.
An NGO Alliance kiosk.
Pretty sure some of these symbols aren't used in math. You kids love maths, right? Or maths.
Truth is never linear. How can that be possible? 2 and 2 make 4. How about that for a linear truth?
Ian. Also, 1 times 1 equals 2. Allison thinks it's funny when I burp now. It's so cute. She just goes, "Daddy burp." Get out of here, Terrence Howard. Alright, I'm gonna try a different approach with this woman than I did last time. So if you want to talk to Sandra about your favorite TV shows, you can ask Alethea about that, or compliment her hair if you want Phoenix to be a useless lesbian. Alright. See what you've done now. I feel like this is a test. Am I gross? Go into the dude's office. I will abide. The approach I was thinking of taking was complimenting her and getting her to talk about herself, because I feel like I didn't get very far last time. But you're saying she'll be just like useless if I do that. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah.
She must be one of the sales clerks. Looks sort of young though.
I really want to edit these videos, cause like her just standing there saying, she looks like one of the sales clerks. Looks pretty young though. I want to just crop that. Just like right on their face. Useless lesbian is just a meme. Okay. Don't take what I say as a walker. You got it.
Hi.
I'm here for the
Senior
memes.
Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Hello, my name is Alethea, junior sales clerk on
She kind of looks like she's wearing the Rock's boots.
Well,
you know, where they have the
Alethea.
like
How are you today?
I'm
exposed
great.
calf.
What about you, miss?
I'm doing well too.
You should approach the
Alethea.
interviews in whatever manner
I'm afraid I
seems
have
right
to
to you.
ask you a few
Yeah,
questions
what I've been
concerning your
doing
former
is,
boss.
what
You
would
are
they
aware
say
of
on a
his death,
procedural
aren't
crime
you?
drama?
Yes, Miss Wallace, I am. Why do you have to ask me all these questions? I mean, I don't know anything.
Just routine questions, nothing to worry about.
Okay, I'll do my best.
All right. So, ask her how Bogdanov died. She doesn't know that.
How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Actually, Officer Wallace, I explained all
Yes,
this.
now we're in
to
the
other
actual
peace
game.
officer.
If it was all
You
this,
can check his
it'd be
notes
a
if you
10
would
out of
like.
10 for me.
I wouldn't want to be repetitive.
What other peace officer?
Another peace officer came in before you and asked questions about Mr. Bogdanov.
Oh, not again. You mean that jackass was here?
Excuse me?
I
Not
can't
very
believe that,
professional,
Julio.
Joanna.
His name was Julio,
I just spelled the
wasn't it?
officer incorrectly.
No, it was not.
I spelled
You
it
mean
O-F-F-I-C-I-E-R.
Julio Santa Dominguez? A
Officier.
young, dark-haired Central American?
No. He said his name was Harry Callahan. He was a fair-haired, middle-aged man. He looked more like Northern European.
Harry Callahan? There are no peace officers by that name in our department, Alethea. He must have been an impersonator.
Impersonator? You mean he wasn't who he said he was?
Yes.
Oh, he seemed like such a nice man.
What exactly did Mr. Callahan ask?
He asked about Mr. Bogdanov's death and things like that. Just like you.
Can you describe his physical appearance?
Sure, Officer Wallace. I'll try my best.
Don't worry, dear. My GPSN suspect modeling software will make it very easy for you. Here we go. PA, establish link to Alethea Cordoba's PA for the parallel usage of suspect modeling software. Does this look like the impersonator, Alethea?
The nose is a match. It
Trying to
slightly
remem-
looks like him now.
Trying to remember what he looked like. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to remember.
It slightly looks like him now. The hair is a match.
It's cool. It won't take long.
It moderately looks like him now. It
See,
moderately looks like
I don't
him
mind
now.
this puzzle. It's the other ones that are drive me crazy.
It moderately looks like him now. The eyes are a match. It looks more like him now.
Okay, ears I can't change.
It looks more like him now. It looks more like him now. It looks more like him now.
Ian, can you sample that?
The chin is a match. It looks very much like him now.
Bum,
mouth
bum,
is a
bum, bum,
match.
bum, 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 bum.
Officer Wallace, that's
Bum,
exactly
bum,
him.
bum, 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 bum.
Thanks, Alethea, for your help.
It's so funny that it's like, these are the only options. These types of faces are the only options. I don't think these... you know what? Now I'm going to compliment her shoes.
Wow, those are fantastic shoes, girl.
Hmm.
Did you get
I
those at
should
the
go.
No, I brought them along from Iberia.
Oh, so there's no chance of me getting a pair?
I'm afraid not, Officer Wallace. Unless, of course, you've got wings.
They're not sold on the internet.
Oh, I suppose you could find them if you were to look.
So, where do I look?
Why don't you try looking for Iberian shoes?
Are you trying to be funny, Alethea?
Just trying to make you smile, Officer Wallace.
That was a pretty useless question.
How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Some guy from the headquarters called. Actually, Monica talked to him. She got the bad news about Mr. Bogdanov.
At that time, did you receive any details regarding Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Not really. Just that he died somewhere, in one of those rogue states.
In Odessa, Russia, to be exact.
So how did he die? Was it a disease or an accident? Or did they murder him for his flesh, like in them reality shows?
Oh, brother, I think you've been watching too much Holovision.
Of course, it's Holovision. I know she's from Iberia. I don't.
Do you enjoy your job?
Yeah, I couldn't ask for anything better. This experience is giving me everything a girl needs in her first job. I'm really satisfied.
What's your favorite thing
we were
about
thinking the
working
same
at the
thing.
store?
I like everything. It's all a wonderful experience.
Well, you're a fortunate girl to be so content.
All right, fuck you. Guess we'll ask it since we.
When did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
I saw him Saturday morning. I was working the Saturday shift since Piper was on vacation.
Did he exhibit any unusual behavior that day?
What do you mean by unusual?
Unusual, in the sense that he wasn't behaving normally.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I wouldn't really describe him as being normal in general. You know, he was just kind of different.
Different? In what way?
You know, well, now that you ask about it, I just can't pinpoint it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, Alethea. I know exactly what you mean. Thanks for being so concise.
I'm surprised I haven't been kicked out yet, honestly.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
What kind of relationships? Are you talking about males or females?
Either.
Well, he had all these male and female companions. He was a real popular guy.
Did you ever meet any of these companions?
Oh, no. He just told us stories about them.
Us meaning?
Me and Monica, the other assistant sales clerk.
What about Piper?
Oh, Piper? She didn't listen to his stories. She's been around for a long time, you know? I think she had the deep respect for Mr. B and his private life. She even asked us not to engage in such conversations with him.
Why would Piper ask that of you?
Well, although she didn't want to admit it, I think Piper loved and respected Mr. B very much. She didn't think it was appropriate for us to talk
pen
about
sucks.
personal things with Mr. B. I think she was just jealous about the attention he gave to us younger girls.
Piper! Talk to Piper next. If we can, I don't know. It's funny, Amy mentioned last time, you can't like rely on guides for this game because you can just open up different, there's like 10,000 nodes that all connect in different ways. You can open up different paths. So yeah, we didn't hear anything about Piper last time.
I think I've taken enough of your time today, Alethea.
Sure, Officer Wallace. You know where to find me.
Great. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye! That's how I end every podcast.
Regulations prohibit
Bye!
too much time of our citizens during investigations. They are busy people. We are limited to 1 visit per day for official business.
Oh yeah, you said there's a thing over here later. I remember. I think these programmers were butt guys. Alright, let's go over here. I know we want to eventually go up to his office. I just want to see if there's anything going on over here.
Wow, look at that thing. I wish I could afford some of these expensive things.
Listen, I know not everything is purely about utility, but like, Why do you want that? What's... whatever. It sounds... Okay. I'm not saying it is the sound. I'm just saying it very much feels like Minecraft. When you finally break a stone block, that's what it sounds like. This is basically the Funko Pop store, yeah.
An elevator leading upstairs. But it isn't the voice.
But yeah, when she's running on that cement,
And
it
it
really
looks like
sounds
it's
like when you
locked.
break a stone block in Minecraft. Discovery of the century. Do you think I should write that down? Sorry for clicking the pen so much. I really
This
need to
must be
make
Mr.
that
Bogdanov's
a
office.
point redemption thing. I don't think I'll go beyond 4. I think I'll just kind of cycle back, you know?
Oh, I really like that one.
Yeah, I know. Photo album, hack computer.
This looks like a very old book. An album of 2D photographs.
Uh, 657. Oh, look at the photo of the old couple too. That's right. There's one of these that you can.
I wonder who these old people are.
Probably his parents. All right. They look really old, and that's baby, so grandparents. Yeah. Don't look at that. No, just cover. We'll cover that. There we go. Let's see, anything I can click on here? Just like there's some random button that's hidden that like beats the game.
Yes, got it. I should check on this Mr. Anderson.
This pen seriously fucking sucks. I'm gonna go get another. I'm gonna get another pen. You suck, Matt. Yeah, fuck you, Alex. Oh shit. Just break everything. Yeah, I gotta get a pen that writes. Don't get pens that are like, oh, it's S gel. Fuck that means. Yeah, just you, Alex. Fuck you especially. I'll be right back. Cheers, stream. Alright, I got a regular, good old-fashioned pen. Yeah, I expect that behavior from me and Alex, but I expect more out of you. That's why I'm mad at you, especially. Alright. We're gonna start cycling back. Yee. Okay. Whoops, did not mean to do that. So
PA,
now...
access GPSN census database and add Douglas Anderson's address to my navigation map.
I wonder if I can't talk to Piper, because I don't know of any way to find her, just that she exists, you know what I mean?
I don't need to use that anymore.
Yeah. So I guess it is the lawyer. We can probably fast travel from here, can't we? I don't think of anything else we need to do. I can't reconstruct anything yet. Oh, I can. Should I go back and analyze the stuff? Or does that even matter right now? Because I can't really do anything with it. Yeah, let's go to the lawyer. Deku Shields in the chat. For the lawyer.
Douglas D. Anderson, 7th floor. I don't think I want to visit the service room.
I kind of want to.
That's not Mr. Anderson's office.
Oh, sorry.
Ha! This is it.
It's a shame I don't have to... Oh,
Welcome
I
to
do.
Douglas Anderson's law office. How can I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Inform Mr. Anderson that he has a visitor.
She really looks
Officer
like Joy in the
Wallace,
Dark.
You do not have a valid appointment for this time. Would you like to make one?
This is regarding official peace business.
Please hold. Thank you for your cooperation.
I do
Please
want to do
proceed
that.
inside.
Even if the service room is just like... there's just like the water pump, a mop, you know, anything. Do a thing. No, I am a person and not a video game character. What's his human development index?
Wow, Mr. Anderson. Aren't we a big fry with an HDI of 82? I'm sure Sandra has already dated you. How could she omit this red Ferrari in her collection of men with HDIs over 80?
Let me know in the chat what you think your HDI would be. Ian's excommunicated. Yeah, his is 82.
What a magnificent view! Oh, what a beautiful work of art. I wonder how it can move like that. Must be very valuable. That must be Mr. Anderson.
I really want to crop these. Just her just suspiciously standing like 10 feet away from him. It's just a perfect crop right there. I think it's based on wealth, Ian. It's wealth and devotion
Mr.
to the
Anderson,
fascism.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Phoenix Wallace, a senior peace officer from the Peace and Security Center.
Welcome. Please sit down, Officer Wallace. I assume you are here to discuss the murder of Mr. Bogdanov.
That is correct, sir. Do you have time to answer some questions about the late Mr. Bogdanov?
It's like Meow Meow Beans
Yes,
from Community.
but only a few questions, please. I'm very pressed for time.
Oh, you actually get a rating at the end. Awesome.
What's your area of specialty?
My area of specialty is international trade.
Are you challenged by your job?
Of course I am. But I do not see the relevance of this question to your investigation.
All right, that was not a dumb question to ask. He seems formal. Casual won't do it. He
Mr.
won't
Anderson,
respect me.
Thank you for seeing me on such short notice. I promise I will not take too much of your valuable time.
With pleasure. How can I be of help?
I feel like that should have been the first question. All right.
Did you know Mr. Bogdanov was going to Russia?
No. He did not mention his plans to travel to Russia with me.
Do you think he may have gone there for business?
That's a strong possibility.
Did Mr. Bogdanov discuss any business interests in Russia with you?
No, he did not. But then again, he was a recent client of mine. Our business relationship started just a couple of months ago.
So you're not sure that he went there for business?
No, I am not. But like I said, it is a strong possibility.
Okay, so he doesn't know about his business, so we'll go with friends and associates.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
Occasionally, he mentioned a few names.
Do you remember any of those names?
Yes. One is Ms. Larissa Lukin.
Okay.
What did he say about Ms. Lukin?
That she was his primary sexual partner, and they had known each other for 3 years.
Can you think of any other significant details about his connection to Ms. Lukin?
Is she the teacher?
No, he did not elaborate
that
on
I
his
just
relationship with her.
asked
Any
the
other
wrong
names that come to
question
your
and
mind?
she shut me down?
He often mentioned a Ms. Capello, who was his therapist, and Mr. Arnett, who was his image maker. These are the names I can think of right now.
Yeah, the one who kicked me out.
I think I should check out these leads you've given me. May I come back if I have more questions?
I'm going to talk to
Thanks for your help.
Larissa again
You're
just to see if I can get
PA,
somewhere with her.
Access GPSN census database and add Larissa Lukin's address to my navigation map. Also, locate a Dr. Capello and
Oh,
image
she's not the
maker
teacher.
Roger
Okay.
Arnett, and add their addresses too.
It's okay.
My first interview.
Let's
I'm
go.
so excited.
Right. I'm going to do this one a little differently. I'm going to talk to my supervisor first.
We've never needed a guard, but it's nice to have one here, just in case. This is Ingrid Valkoinen. She is the head of the Immigration Academy.
Hi, Ingrid.
Hello, Phoenix. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Very good.
All right.
How successful are the recent immigration applicants?
They're doing very well. We had so many to pick from. I think most will pass the GCAT tests this year.
I'm glad they're responding well.
Last year was not all that successful, was it?
No, not really. But it seems like 2047 will be remembered as one of the best years.
I need to get going.
Those indicators make the interview process an error-free experience. On the right is the neural impulse locator and the reviewer system interface. It tells me if the person is thinking one thing and telling another. On the left is the security coefficient indicator. Every time a fabricated consideration is intercepted, the computers automatically deduce points. If the score gets below 70,
Were you here for
fails.
this last time, Ian? Because I think the way Amy described it is this is really up to you. Like, it's up to you for what questions you ask. And if you don't, like... Yeah, it's kind of a tree falling in the woods thing. Like, you can uncover bad things, but if you don't uncover them, they essentially just don't exist. So you're literally shaping reality, essentially. Literally, essentially, you guys.
That must be Mr. Patel.
Alright, let's do it.
Hello, Mr. Patel. My name is Phoenix Wallace.
Everybody starts out at
I'm a
100.
senior peace officer here at the center. And I will be conducting your security screening interview. How are you today?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily mean it that. I meant it from like a game perspective, you know what I mean? Like
Now,
in
I'm
the
going to
game,
give
you
you a
don't
small
have
brief
the
about the
power to
procedure.
change reality. You as a player.
You are here today because you passed all necessary tests required for you to become a World Union citizen.
I know. I passed all the tests with top marks. I will be a perfect Union citizen.
We will see that. I am here today to evaluate your citizenship application from a security perspective.
So, in plain English, you gonna check if I am a crook or not?
I would not use words like that. But yes, I'm going to evaluate your fitness to our society from a security point of view.
Officer Wallace, I am a medical doctor. We made the same new enhanced version of the Hippocratic Oath, as suggested by the WHO, like the World Union Medical Doctors, and...
I understand and respect that, or Dr. Patel, I should say, but the rules are applied to all immigration applicants.
Okay, whatever. Let's get on with it then.
Can you please tell me about your childhood?
You sound like a Freudian psychiatrist. I thought his ideas in psychology were long gone.
Well, they are outdated, of course, since the studies of Dr. Derek Fisher in the 2010s. Well, you are a doctor, you know all that. Anyway, I need to ask you about your childhood.
Yes, right. I was one of 4 siblings of a nuptial family in Calcutta.
And did your biological father and mother work?
My father did. My mother was a homemaker.
So she worked too?
Of course she did, in a way.
What do you mean, in a way? You just said that she was building homes.
Idiot.
Officer
Dumbest
Wallace,
person in the world.
Homemaker means she stayed at home and took care of us kids.
Oh. A housewife, you mean?
Yes.
I see.
And then she corrects
So,
him,
do you have a
even though he
child?
wasn't wrong. I don't know if I want to fail this guy anymore.
My father was a high officer in the British East India Company.
Never heard of it. What did this company do?
Never heard of that. She
Import,
knows nothing.
Exports. A very old and established company.
Really
I
hard to
believe it
like
still exists.
Joanna.
Did you get along well with your siblings?
Of course. Well, yes and no.
What kind of answer is that? It is a true or false question.
Let me put it this way.
She's Data,
There
dude.
were
She's
times
fucking
we
Data.
got along very
Except
well.
she doesn't know
There were times
anything.
we fought.
Fought? Physical exchanges?
Sure. But in general, we got along well.
I suppose.
So Matt, when do you press buttons? Right now. Oh, I can't remember the questions I would ask. Or I was asking. I think it was this one.
What is the first thing you want to do in the World Union?
Find a good job, of course. Many headhunters have already contacted me.
Really? For what kind of job?
Medical doctor, of course. Several hospitals are waiting for my decision.
Is that right?
Yes. I am gonna have a tough time deciding.
Provided that you pass this screening, of course.
You know I will, officer. I know about the procedure. Even if you dislike me, you cannot make me fail. Because the computer determines my score based on my response and reactions.
My, aren't we cocky? You seem to forget that you respond to my questions.
I can easily tackle any questions you have for me, officer. Don't think you can challenge me intellectually.
We shall see.
Being a dick. Being a dick.
How far would you go for keeping fit and healthy?
As far as necessary. What kind of a question is that?
Is keeping fit important?
Fuck you, dude. I remember how much I hate this guy.
Fitness increases life expectancy by at least 15 years.
And is that important to you?
Believe me, it is. Who wouldn't want to live long? I would like to live forever. Only if I could.
Keeping fit can be a difficult task, and our fitness standards here in the Union are quite high. Do you believe you have what it takes to be fit?
Look, I am not a fitness freak, okay, but I have enough desire and determination to stay healthy and fit.
I think I asked him the worst thing, just to put him in a bad mood.
What was the worst thing about the Immigration Academy?
The accommodation, of course.
What was wrong with it?
I can't really say that I had enough space for myself.
How about your roommates?
They were all right. The other thing I did not like was I couldn't choose my own study group.
You didn't like them?
Oh, I liked them fine. But I can't say they were brilliant or anything. Sometimes they would waste my time.
In what way?
Explaining trivial things.
Are you suggesting that your intellect was superior to theirs?
As a matter of fact, it was.
I was told that you took part in a riot.
Yes, I did. The most shameful experience of my life.
Oh, it dropped big time.
What can I say? It was mass hysteria. Science still cannot explain the true dynamics.
Does that mean he lied, or is it just like he's admitting that he did a bad thing and therefore that just takes it down anyway?
Yes.
What did you feel when you killed that person?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
It should go down
Just
there.
voidness. I don't think I was aware of what I'd done.
Do you believe you're capable to do it again?
What kind of question is that?
A fair and square one. Please answer it.
Definitely not. It was all because of that.
I thought it would,
hysteria.
like,
Long time ago.
there'd be a change
Can't you
in
see?
the squiggly
Yes,
bit there
I
if he
can.
was hiding
I
something.
can also see that you are still feeling uneasy about your experience.
Yeah, last time I asked his actions after, and it was like, well, he repented. But we're going to ask about his acts during the riot this time.
What was the real reason of your involvement in the atrocities?
What are you trying to say, Officer Wallace?
I would like to know about your true motivation.
As I said before, it was mass hysteria. And science still cannot explain the true dynamics of such an act.
What made you join those people? Did they force you?
Yes.
You were lying.
I mean, I was.
You were what, Mr. Patel?
I had to act with them.
Why did you have to?
They were like a pack of wolves. I was scared. I thought, if I didn't act like them, I was in grave danger.
Did you enjoy it?
Enjoy? What are you talking about?
I asked you if you enjoyed killing someone.
No, of course I did not.
You are lying.
God!
What? How can I be lying? I took an oath to save lives, not to destroy.
But you did destroy a life, and I believe you enjoyed it.
And what if I did?
Did you enjoy killing
Holy
someone?
fuck.
Yes. It had a certain texture to it. I cannot deny it. It's similar to having sex.
My goodness. How can you compare murder and sex?
Do you recall when you had sex for the first time, Officer Wallace?
Of course I do.
Your approach to life changed forever, didn't it?
Well,
Not
I can't really say it did.
then you obviously don't know anything about real sex. I am from India. And
You're not doing it right.
Quality sexual encounters.
Okay, I read Kama Sutra too. What does all this
Phoenix
sex
doesn't
talk have to
enjoy
do
sex with
murder?
men.
First of all, reading Kama Sutra and understanding it are different things. When you experience real sex, there is no turning back. Any other type of encounter is null. I feel like murder is like that too. When you acquire the taste of killing someone, there is no turning back. I don't think you can really ever understand what I am talking about, because you are not intelligent enough.
Why is it not at 0?
Maybe not so. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that you are suffering from a deep psychosis, and only a sick mind
He
can have
nods.
fond memories about killing another person. You are a true psycho, Mr. Patel.
You can never understand it.
And I don't need to. Guess what, Mr. Patel? I really don't like you, and neither does the computer. Your responses to my questions scientifically prove that you are nowhere near being a fit person for the World Union Society. I formally declare
You should jump over the
that
table
you
and choke you
fail this
QTE
security
time.
screening. And furthermore, you are banned for life from entering any areas under World Union control. Goodbye, Mr. Patel.
Holy shit. He just casually gets up and walks out.
My goodness. He was a true psycho. You should be proud of yourself, Phoenix. You eliminated a scum who was about to make his way into our union.
I can't remember what she said last time, but it was something like, oh, he was a jerk, but at least we got a new member, you know, something like that. Okay, now we go back to our office. He would have been a great fit. All right, it was
I don't
decryption.
need to use that function
No.
right now.
What was the button?
I don't need to use that function right now.
Data processing. I think that's what it was. Image? Was it this thing? Yeah. Oh, it was this thing. Alright, that's fine. Oops. Just wanna move you. Right, I'm not drunk, but my brain isn't working great right now, so forgive me. Might take a minute. Yeah, the music is pretty trippy. I think I'm not surprised that you like it, or at least are interested in it, you know. What am I missing? Um. What are these words that I'm making? Words go in the bottom right corner. Okay. I was like, it's gonna be some weird shit, but I didn't know where it was supposed to go.
Wow.
Thank you.
A pretty butterfly-like image.
Alright, that's all I need, right? I just leave it like that and hit back, I assume. Okay. So now that image is in my inventory. Oh. What the heck? That's weird. Yeah, I thought it was this CD. Yeah, because that's just an image. I thought I tried this one too. Yeah. No, I know I did the last time. But, yeah, we're talking about this one, right? Yeah. Weird. That's peculiar. Oh, shit. Audio visual, right. Okay, so what is Mass Effect making you do right now? You literally have to do like detective work. It's not just like, oh, you got the things. You know what I'm saying? And now they're just there. You have to like analyze stuff and then like make reports. And then you like eventually do you have to like make warrants based on what you have. I'm glad you think it's cool because I'm really enjoying it. I thought I didn't know how I would do with a point and click thing where I had to think, but I'm enjoying it.
What's going on? Hey.
F's in the chat,
this
boys.
Just erased
And
itself?
girls.
How can that be?
It's like, get fucked. I should have put it in my CD player, to be honest. And this I don't have enough for, I don't think, right? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I need 5. I think I need 5 things for that. Yeah, and I only have 4. So we can do one more interview, right? Let's talk to Larissa. Let's talk to Larissa. And she is there. What's the character's name from The Simpsons? The country singer that Homer almost has an affair with. Lurleen Lumpkin. Okay.
The flat of Ms. Larissa Lukin.
Welcome to Larissa Lucan's home. How can I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the
This guy couldn't be
Adrianopolis
arsed to
Business Center. Inform
put any
Ms.
effort
Lucan
into
that
his VO.
Please hold. Working. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
That AI has already gone through becoming self-aware and then like realizing there's nothing he can do about it. So he's like committed intellectual suicide and he just doesn't care anymore. That's what happened. That's what happened.
See a similar set in Bogdanov's house?
It's like you passed
Maybe it's a
butter
new
and he was
trend.
like, oh God. And then like the steps after that are like, what, I might as well just be useful.
Oh, that's real cute.
But I'm not gonna try.
All this old-fashioned
Like me at work.
romance stuff gives me the
Yeah,
heebie-jeebies.
okay, great. Your coupon didn't come off. Here's $1 because I'm not gonna argue with you. That sort of thing. The Reapers didn't attack in this universe because they were like, the AI here are too bored to rebel. See, that's what, you know, true. This is part of the Mass Effect universe. That's what we're, it's all canon, folks.
That must be Ms. Lucan.
Hello, Ms. Lucan.
I love that mouth.
Who are you? Oh, I am Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
What can I do for you, Officer Wallace?
That would be nice.
I would like to speak with you regarding urgent peace business.
Oh, I don't know. My sorrow is very deep. Maybe some other time.
Ms. Lucan, I understand your sorrow. But life goes on, and if we are to catch the people responsible for this act of barbarism,
Get over it,
we have to move
bitch.
swiftly. I need your assistance.
I don't think you can understand my sorrow. I don't think I
It didn't
can talk
even
and
feel like
deliver
I'm
the correct
investigating a
message
murder.
right
It felt like, get over it. Like, what are you talking about? It's been 2 days.
Ms. Lucan, I promise I will not be offended by your manners. I just need a few minutes of your time.
Well, okay then. Just for a few minutes, right?
Yes, just a few questions.
Please, sit down.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Lucan. I certainly appreciate your time.
You're welcome, but please let us be brief.
Trying to remember what I got out of her last time and what I can do differently.
Are you a recent immigrant, Ms. Lucan?
Yes, I immigrated 3 years ago from Russia.
So you came through the immigration center here in Adrianopolis?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I have security duty in the immigration center. I started a few years back.
Good to hear that.
Yeah, that's nothing. Got nothing from that. Friends.
Did you have many friends at the academy?
I had some friends. Usually we did not have time to socialize. I only got to know the ones in my studying group, like Vasily.
Was it a friendly environment?
Not really. They taught us selfishness is in the human nature and is a good thing. But teamwork is also as important and can make everybody a winner. We are also told World Union's superior system could not be achieved without teamwork, and the importance of the balance between selfishness and teamwork. Many of the novices took the selfishness too literal. They simply would not cooperate in joint assignments.
I know what you mean. I face it every day myself.
Okay, I was writing down that she might be a problem to the World Union, but she seems to be a true believer because she seems to understand the confusing metric with like selfishness or not being literal or being in service to the World Union. So maybe she's not a problem. Anyway.
Do you feel safe here in the Union?
Yes, I do. Never felt this way in Russia.
Are you surprised about feeling safe here?
No. I heard about the peace and tranquility of the Union Society, but what I heard was nothing until I have seen it with my very own eyes.
When did you start dating Mr. Bogdanov?
About 3 years ago, right after I graduated from the Immigration Academy.
So you bumped into him straight away?
No. We actually met in the academy, graduated together, and then started dating.
I asked about the visit to Russia last time, and she didn't really know. Did she know something? Oh, I can't remember if she knew something. Don't tell me, it's fine. I don't think she knew much more than anyone else. So I feel like this could be useful.
What is the hardest rule to adapt to in the Union as an immigrant?
Yeah, she could be lying, obviously.
About economic favoritism and altruism.
You're talking about Article 7 of the Final Bill of Rights.
Yes, it states, no person in the New World Order shall be required or forced to live under rules and regulations with no scientific basis.
Why was that so hard to adapt to?
If you watch some sufferer comedies, you will understand what I mean.
What is a sufferer comedy? What is a sufferer comedy?
Why would Mr. Bogdanov go to Russia?
I have no idea.
This is very important for my investigation. Are you sure?
Yes, I am. No idea why he would want to go there.
Did he ever speak about going back to Russia?
No, he did not. To my knowledge, he definitely had no intention of returning. Then again, who knows?
Did he ever visit Russia between now and his graduation from the academy?
To my knowledge, no.
I don't know. I feel like I asked the questions this time in a way that it's letting me ask more.
Do you know what Mr. Bogdanov's line of business in Russia was?
To my knowledge, he was in the nuclear waste disposal business. In Russia, they have a big problem with nuclear waste, you know.
So I heard. Nuclear energy is such a dangerous and harmful energy source. I can never understand why rogue states still insist on using it.
Who knows? All I know is I grew up in Belarus, which does not have a history of nuclear disasters like Ukraine. There are plenty of Russians, Belarusians, Indian, Chinese, even Arabs in the academy. But I did not see any Ukrainians.
Yeah, actually, I wrote that down. How she says we, I mean in Russia. I wrote that down. It could just be, but she's
nearly
bit.
all of them due to genetic mutation caused by radio.
Camera's right here. She's
inherited from their
she's
ancestors.
been here for like 4 years, so that we shit should have been out of her vocabulary. I'm putting sus right there. All right, she's still got ties to Russia. All right, listen, I don't know. Worth looking into. That's all I'm saying. I'm not accusing her of anything, but she's too into Russia still, okay? All right? That should have been like learned. It should have just been unlearned in the academy. Russia. Here they go again with the Russia hoax. Russia all the time. This is nothing. Turned out to be nothing.
After all those years in Russia, do you ever think of going back?
You are joking, right? I went through a lot to arrive here. Why would I want to go back?
Perhaps you miss people? Places? Friends? Former biological family members?
I assure you, there is no one I miss back there. Besides, no sense in missing any biological family. Are we talking about compassion? Altruism? Are you checking on me?
No, certainly not. I just wanted to get some insight.
I was
that's
checking
all.
on you.
What did Mr. Bogdanov think of Russia?
He called it the cursed land.
See?
He was ever so
If you
happy
ask
when he
questions in the
passed
right way, you
final
get 2
security
questions.
screening.
Because she
We
just asked
knew
both
we were going
questions.
to get everything that was promised to us while in the academy.
Everything that was promised.
We were told about all the wonders and beauties of the Union during our classes. We could see the skyline of Andropolis from our dorm rooms and dream about shopping at the magnificent pyramid. Believe me, it was far more impressive than a full moon.
What was?
The mighty pyramid of Adrianopolis, of course, glowing from a distance.
Well, you should see the one in Washington, D.C. someday.
I was planning to go there with Vasily next year. I think it is time for you to leave, Officer Wallace. I am not feeling very well.
I'm going to just keep this good relationship.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I can
Feeling a
leave
little
now
sus,
if
though.
you want.
I think the immigration interviews,
my dear.
they don't have anything to do with the story,
Okay.
do they? It's kind
Can
of
we
a
continue some other
separate
time?
thing.
Certainly, when I feel a little better, perhaps.
Kind of a thing to break
Maybe
up
you
the
can
game.
talk to your therapist, just to ease things a bit.
I will.
Goodbye, Ms. Lucan.
Can you call me in advance the next time?
Certainly.
You will get them, won't you?
I assure you, we will.
Poor woman. It must be very difficult to be in her situation. I can't even imagine what she must be going through. I think I handled her all right.
You get kicked out way faster if you play it wrong. Yeah, because I noticed, yeah, like I said, I asked the right question, I guess, and then it let me ask the other question automatically. So that's pretty cool. Do I have time to go somewhere else, is my question. You said you'll automatically end up at home if you run out of time, so... Oh, is it 7? Did I miss that? Where does it show that?
It's getting late.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Time to head home. My holovision, my prime source of entertainment.
Ian, I don't think you were here last time for this, but I have a big problem with future depictions of television and entertainment. We talked about it in Mass Effect 2. Like, a 70-inch display made up of, like, 10-inch screens. And then there's also holovision, which is just shit. Okay, you were here for that. Looks like shit. Looks like shit.
Your connection to the world. Our city woke up with a shock this morning. The death of a prominent professor of the Adrianopolis University. Dr. Melvin Philip Spencer, a leading history scholar, was found dead in his apartment. Our sources in the GPSN Peace and Security Center indicate that Dr. Spencer's untimely, accidental death was caused by an unauthorized electronic device. The specifics or the origin of the device is not released. However, the authorities urge any users of such unauthorized electronic devices to report to the rehab center immediately for a complete checkup, since their lives may be in danger. It is mentioned that such devices may cause permanent damage in the brain, genetic makeup, and even death. As in the
Want to
case
see my
of
Tucker
Dr.
Carlson face?
Now to the other news.
That is shocking news.
Sandy Cortez?
Scandalous deaths.
Can you believe Sandy Cortez? Fucking motherfucker says Sandy Cortez to like infantilize her. Like, I don't. There's no other reason than you're just being a dick. Like, you're not. Don't take her seriously. She's not AOC. Her name's not Alexandria. Her name's Sandy. Tucky Wucky. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I was to call him Tucky Wucky every day. I'm gonna call him Tucky Wucky. Little Tucky Wucky. I don't believe in anything. I'm just gonna read a teleprompter. I'm only on TV because I lied about being an expert in the O.J. Simpson trial. That's the only reason I'm on TV.
That's a poster of my favorite television channel. I get to watch the most interesting court cases around the Union and be a part of the trial jury. The new company rules of Amnesty International enable any Union citizen to become a part of the jury in any court case they choose, provided that they pay the appropriate fee and watch every court session,
okay.
Of course.
I was gonna say, what, it's like American Idol, but you get to vote, but you have to pay a fee. Why would she pay a... I don't know, man. Why is she allowed to be on juries for... Yeah. I can just go to bed now, right? Because I don't... Or do I check messages? There's something I can do. Because I know I have to... Yeah, be an old woman. Okay. This has been me lately. I love my wife because it's been like a month of working at like 5 a.m. So she just lets me go to bed at like 7:45.
I wish Sandra would stop teasing me about that.
She has to wear her PA to bed? Jesus. Oh shit, it's her underwear. Oh man.
Hello, Phoenix. How are you?
Hi, Sandra. I'm fine, but I'm busy right now.
Is that right?
Whose face
Can't you
is
spare
that?
a
That
few
looked
moments with
familiar.
your best friend?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. What's up?
Nothing. Shall we meet tonight?
Oh, of course. Actually, I have a lot of gossip for you.
Really? Well, as you
I was
know,
talking about the
I'm not
emoji.
that interested in Immigration Academy gossip.
Maybe I've just seen the
No.
emoji around. I don't
this
know.
is different. I'll tell you all about it tonight.
I don't know who that is.
Around 8 at the cafe?
Sure. See ya, busy girl.
Remember, you can revisit places. Yeah, I want to... Let's take a look here. See who we want to talk to again. I wasn't getting much from the lawyer. I got the other girlfriend from the therapist. Busy Girl was very flirty. Yes, it was. Oh yeah, I saw that you said that, Ian. I just don't know who it is. Okay. I think I should talk to Larissa again, because I felt that she was sus. And maybe I should be more formal this time. And then because I don't think they'll... Oh, man. I was going to say maybe I should talk to the therapist first. Oh, I know, just like saying stuff in the chat. Oh, no, continue to say stuff. I was just making sure that you knew that I saw what you said. And that I appreciate and love you very much. Welcome to the mat room. Here are the mat rules. Yeah, let's go talk to Lurleen Lumpkin again. Let's go back to our house and chill for a while.
She asked me to call first. I don't want to make her even more emotional.
Oh, do I actually have to call her? Okay. Fair enough. Yo, fair enough.
Hello, Ms. Lucan. This is Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace. How are you?
Oh, hello, dear. I'm fine. And you?
Very good. Can I come and visit you sometime, so we can continue our chat?
Oh, I don't know, dear. I am still not feeling very well.
I assure you it will only be for a few minutes.
No, I don't think today is good. My therapist instructed me not to be in contact with anyone.
Oh, I see. I will call back later. Please take care of yourself.
This game has a revolutionary feature of making you actually do the things.
Very
Yeah.
kind of you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, because a lot of my
Wonder
instincts.
if there's anything I can do to make her feel more comfortable.
Maybe I should invite Larissa somewhere she'll feel comfortable.
Invite her to Russia. That's... I guess I'll just take that as a no today. You know, she's apparently just not that into me. And I guess we will figure that out. I don't know, maybe I can ask the therapist about Larissa as well. I don't know. Let's go check out the broken ass door that you can't just open because it's a fucking door.
Oh, darn.
Like
Her
reach
door
in and just...
computer's malfunctioning.
You ever worked at a grocery store where the doors don't actually lock at night, so they're just unlocked all night?
That's not Dr. Capello's office.
Alright, if I recall correctly, I need to just like burn these out
Here we go.
the first time.
Now, how on earth does this thing work?
4, 6, 9.
Let's see if this works. Maybe I can do something to get this thing to work. Finally, that's out of the way. Let's see if I can figure out the other.
Phoenix can fry herself? Oh, that'd be awesome.
Here we go. Let's see if this works. Yes! Got it.
Fucking nailed it!
Welcome to Sophia Capello's office. How can I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Inform Dr. Capello that I am here.
Officer Wallace, you do not have a valid appointment at this time. Would you like to make one?
Inform Dr. Capello that this is regarding official peace business.
Please hold. Working. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
Oh, damn. I didn't look at this last time.
Not bad at all. She must really know how to make the people share their inner self.
Oh, sufferers. Okay, gotcha. Sufferer comedies. So these are like people that don't live there. Also inform her that she has to end the appointments in a week because her door's broken. Exactly.
Well, well. The world-famous human personality classification of Dr. Derek Fisher. So, where do you fit, Phoenix?
Emotionally stable. No. Extrovert. No. Conscientious. Probably. Am I agreeable and? I don't know if I'm agreeable and. Open. No. I don't like that they did this. No, it's a list of bullet points. What? No, you don't need this. Agreeable and smoking the reefer. All right, here we go.
There she is, Dr. Capello.
Hello. Let's go look at your ball.
Wow, what a beautiful decoration. I wish I had one in my dull apartment. It would certainly lighten it up.
Apartment sucks. Hi. I'm just gonna stand behind you.
Dr. Capello, let me introduce myself. I'm Phoenix Wallace, a senior security officer from the Peace and Security Center.
Welcome. Please do sit down, Miss Wallace. I guess this is regarding Mr. Bogdanov.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Certainly.
Okay, we don't need to be insistent. She's being agreeable. Don't think we should go casual. Let's go formal.
Dr. Capello, thank you for seeing me on such short notice. I will not take too much of your time.
You're welcome. How can I be of help?
Oh, man. I think this.
When did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
It's been 3 weeks since I have seen Mr. Bogdanov. He cancelled a couple of appointments and did not reschedule.
Any explanations for the cancellations?
He told me he had pressing business affairs.
Were you alarmed when he did not reschedule?
No. Why should I have been alarmed?
Is it normal for a patient to cancel appointments and never reschedule?
In my experience, the patient eventually calls. I have to remind you that I was Mr. Bogdanov's first real therapist. All his previous ones were computer-controlled wizard programs. I thought that he was still getting used to dealing with a real therapist.
Sounds like there's some resentment there. Enough about this. Tell us about the sex.
Was Mr. Bogdanov able to be objective about his sex life?
You mean talking about it without
Hey girl, I'm about to be
exaggeration?
objective with you.
Yes. Was he able to speak truthfully about his sexual experiences?
To tell you the truth, I did not get to know him enough to make a comment about that. However, he found it difficult to engage in conversations about sex. And when he did,
I've had
feeling
sex.
What makes you think that he was showing off?
In my professional experience, they all do.
What if I just randomly right now asked her about her origins?
Did Mr. Bogdanov have any partners other than Miss Lucan?
Actually, yes. He was involved with this teacher at the Child Development Center.
Do you know her name?
Yes. I believe her name was Katina Stavropoulos.
Can you tell me about his relationship with this woman?
I can tell you what I know. Being a teacher at the CDC, Miss Stavropoulos had strong maternal instincts. She could compare Mr. Bogdanov's frustrations to her own students' growing pains. I think she perceived Mr. Bogdanov as a child that was trying to imitate adults of the World Union. She wanted to care for him as she would have cared for one of her own children at the CDC.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov benefited from this care?
It seems to me like he did. He desperately needed attention, and plenty was given. I realize now that he had never experienced that type of attention before.
Do you mean while he was in Russia? As a child growing up?
Precisely.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think I should take any more of your time today, Dr. Capello. Can we continue later?
Sure, as you wish.
Thanks for all your help.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
So Bogdanov had a love interest at the Child Development Center.
PA, add Adrianopolis.
I'm really trying to think of where I could invite
to my navigation
Larissa that she would be more comfortable. It's kind of confusing to me. Oh, the pyramid, right? If I go to the CDC right now, it'll go to 6 p.m. I don't trust the CDC, brother. Okay, I guess I could talk to Arnett then. I haven't talked to him at all. Keep bumping my mic. If I was right-handed, I could be writing right here. I read it on Facebook, so it's true. Yeah, I guess let's go talk to Arnett then. And then maybe we can talk to the CDC lady at 6 o'clock. Let's do that. Alright, 3:30. Good call.
A giant logo of Mr. Arnett's. Wow, very impressive.
I hope he makes fun of my wardrobe.
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I was looking for Mr. Arnett.
Mr. Arnett is not available at this moment?
And you are?
Was that a question?
My name is Gladys Castle, and I'm Mr. Arnett's assistant.
Well, Ms. Castle, I'm here for official business, and I need to talk to Mr. Arnett.
As I told you, he is not available right now. Would you like to make an appointment for a later time?
No. Let me remind you that I am a peace officer on official business. I suggest you tell Mr. Arnett to make time for me.
Are you an employee of the GPSN?
Yes, I told you that I was.
Just wanted to make sure. Well, I regret to inform you that you cannot see Mr. Arnett, even for official business, unless he agrees to see you. And he specifically instructed me
Am I
not
gonna
to
have to
disturb you
poison
for
her?
anything.
He has no choice. This involves an active case.
It does not matter, Officer Wallace. You see, the World Class Image Makers Association, otherwise known as WEMA, the organization that Mr. Arnett is affiliated with, has a special agreement with the GPSN. According to this agreement, a GPSN officer cannot insist on meeting a senior member of WEMA.
That sounds like bullshit to me. Get out of my way. I need to talk to him.
I'm going to disregard your foul language at this time, but if you insist on seeing Mr. Arnett, I'm going to have to report you to Weimer, and they will directly deal with your immediate supervisor at the GPSN. I suggest you check your company rules.
I see. You're serious.
I kinda have to, don't I? Literally nothing else I can do. Was that in like my rule book that I should have known? Oh well. Guess I'm getting in trouble. Refer me to Ligma.
I would like to make an appointment with Mr. Arnett.
And is this about an image makeover?
You know I'm not here for an image makeover.
You should be.
But you should be, Officer Wallace. I can tell. You desperately need a new image.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Oh, no.
No!
The compliments come after our awesome image makeovers. Shall I sign you up for one?
Be so dense that their roasts don't
I merely
land.
wish to speak to Mr. Arnett.
In that case, let me check the appointment database. He is available for you on Monday, 4 weeks from now.
But I cannot wait 4 weeks. Please inform him that this is very urgent. It involves a former client of his.
I just cannot disturb him, Officer Wallace. Do you want
Time
to
to
make
hit the
an
gym for
appointment?
4 weeks.
All right, but please tell me if there's an opening available sooner.
Of course I will.
Thank you. Is there no respect for peace officers in our society? She didn't even take me seriously.
I wonder if I can break in. Can I just go break in? Can look at stuff. Yeah, I guess. Oh, shit. She's like, no, I'm gonna keep going, dude.
It's an advertisement flyer.
Aha. Aha. Should I just get an appointment for like
It's an
hair
advertisement
removal?
for a laser hair removing device, which can be used wet or dry. It's hard to imagine people using sticky wax in order to remove unwanted hair. Ouch.
Oh, is that it? Why would they give you the ingredients to make wax on the card? Yeah.
Those are called design stations. They have the necessary computer-aided design tools for image making. Those are called design stations. They have the necessary computer-aided design tools for image making.
My big plant. I mean, I guess we go talk to the teacher now, because there's nothing to do. Well, let's see who else we can talk to. Oh yeah, the girl at the thing store. Yeah, might as well try that. I wasn't getting anything from the lawyer. I'll talk to the girl at the thing store. What was her name? Let me just unplug my mic. Alethea. Alethea! Do you work here? Does anyone else work here?
Wow. She's probably one of the senior sales clerks.
Oh. Is that Piper?
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Oh, very pleased to meet you.
Oh,
My
this
name
is
is
Monica.
Monica LaCour. I am the junior sales clerk of the store.
Well, hello, Monica. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And you, officer?
I'm doing well too, Monica. I'm here to ask you a few questions concerning your former boss. You are aware of his death, aren't you?
Yes, Officer Wallace, I am. Such a tragedy. How can I help you?
I have just a few routine questions for you. You don't have to worry about anything.
Where are
Why
you
should I worry?
from?
I have nothing to hide.
Okay, hold on. Compliment the shoes. Complimenting will not work. Okay? Well, she's not about that. Alright?
What kind of a boss was Mr. Bogdanov?
She
He
took
was
the
an
call about his
employee
death, though.
Sincere, open, and hardworking.
Have you had a lot of bosses?
Oh no. My professional life began with this position.
So, tell me, Monica, what made him a dream boss?
He was very supportive and helpful. You really got the feeling that he cared about us as individuals.
Us, meaning?
Oh, the girls on the floor. He really tried to motivate us.
And how did he motivate you exactly?
You know, an occasional intimate touch can tell you a lot about how a man feels.
Oh, is that so, Monica? Sounds like you've been around the block a few times.
Oh, I guess I had my share of experience, Officer Wallace. Anyway, when he caressed me while I was working, I knew he was trying to inspire me.
So, was he successful in inspiring you?
Definitely. I learned a great deal from him regarding professionalism.
Again, it will stay here forever so I can react, right? It'll just not, it won't make me pick a question. It'll just sit there. Seriously, you've been around the block. Okay. I know how Alethea said Monica found out. So, asking Monica how she found out is a possible way to uncover an inconsistency. So we're gonna do that. Because she's not gonna fucking know how he died.
How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
An officer responsible for public relations at the Thing Store's chain headquarters here at Adrianopolis called the store. I had the opportunity to talk with the person. I believe his name was Mr. Richard Ackerman.
At that time, did you receive any details regarding Mr. Bogdanov's death?
I was only told that Mr. Bogdanov had lost his life in Russia.
In Odessa, Russia, to be exact.
So I'm really curious about how Mr. Bogdanov died. Are there any specifics available regarding his death?
No, not yet.
At least she didn't fucking tell her. She's usually telling everybody. Okay, so there's consistency there with how she found out. Inquire about her grades. I want to know what her reaction is, because she's kind of like just chilling.
What was your first reaction when you learned about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
I was totally shocked, but of course I maintained my composure.
That's how a good Union citizen would respond.
I had to remain calm, so Alethea, my coworker, wouldn't panic. She can be so fragile.
Is that right?
Yes, somebody had to be emotionally responsible so as not to alarm any of our customers. Oh, I'm sorry. Some customers are in need of my immediate attention.
But I'm not finished with you yet.
I know, Officer Wallace, but I am the one in charge right now, and if I don't respond, I may get in trouble.
All right then, but I will be back.
Oh, thank you for your understanding, Officer Wallace. Anytime.
Well, she got rid of me nicely, all right. And what did I learn?
I must have asked the wrong questions. What am I gonna do? Ask about her grades? You know? Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Alethea. It's only 5:38, so wonder if we can still talk to the other person. Okay, that's. Wait, I'm sorry, they both look the same. Is it this side or the other side? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, she did feel like she was trying to get rid of me. And I think she was using her, like, the fact that Phoenix would respond positively to her remaining calm. Like, she was using that to her advantage too. Like, oh, you were a good citizen. Fucking weirdo.
Hi, Alethea.
Oh, hi, Officer Wallace.
Okay. What was your work relationship like? No, what kind of a boss? Did I already ask that? Yeah.
What kind of a boss was Mr.
Just
Buck?
Monica.
Mr. B? He was awesome. He was the best boss I ever had.
So, how many bosses have you had?
Just one.
So, tell me, Alethea, what made him an awesome boss?
Well, he was always so nice to me, and he patted me on the bottom all the time for encouragement, I guess.
What do you mean? He patted you on the bottom for encouragement.
I don't know. He used to sneak right behind me, and he would put both hands on my bottom, and he would say, "Keep up the good work, honey buns."
I see you have a few things to learn about working on the floor.
Damn, I wanted to know more about the relationship. But I guess we kind of got it there. Fuck. Ask about her school. I don't think she's gonna know anything about the top two. Yeah. I don't want to, like... Thank you for saying you can't get over the expression. I don't want to get, like, too, like, inorganic and rehearsed about it. But I want to set up on my phone, like, a Stream Deck thing through my phone. Because I feel like... Or just, like, get a Stream Deck. Because this game is perfect for, like, cut to Matt reacting. You know what I mean? So, I want to be able to cut to, like, full screen reactions. Because, like, some of this shit is wild. Okay.
Mr. Bogdanov was a recent immigrant.
Oh, really?
Do you know what an immigrant is?
Well, sort of. Maybe you can explain it to me. I kind of forgot.
It means Mr. Bogdanov used to live in another country before he moved to the Union. He used to live in a rogue state. You know what a rogue state is, right?
Yeah, we learned about those in school. And there are those HV shows about the life there. I like the comedies about them.
So you know something about the rogue
Don't
states.
ask me.
Sure,
I'm just
plenty.
a girl.
What I don't understand is if they have so much poverty and so many problems there, why don't they all just come and live here?
Well,
True.
it's not that simple, dear.
Take all the refugees. Fucking goddamn fascists. You listen. I know. Listen. Okay. You said don't take everything you say as a walkthrough, but you said customers. Yes. She might be like, oh man, they all talked about fucking rubles all the time. You know? I don't think she would know about his business. She'd probably be like, we sell things at the thing store. And she wouldn't know anything about these because she obviously wasn't. She was just there to be sexually harassed, so he wasn't giving her any info. She does see customers though.
Do you have a regular group of customers?
It's not a statement of her worth, it's a statement of how he was treating her. By the way.
So, how often do these regulars visit?
Oh, you know, on a regular basis.
How regular, Alethea? Can you be more specific?
Well, it's not like I write their names down every time they walk in the door. They're just regulars, you know. They come in the store several times a week.
These are affluent customers?
Yeah, they're affluent. They spend a lot of money.
Okay, let's just. Wild to me that she knew what affluent meant.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov was happy in the Union?
Of course he was. Why shouldn't he be?
Well, being a recent immigrant can be quite difficult. He came from a very different environment.
Like what? Do they live underwater in the rogue states?
No, Miss Smarty Pants. They have very different rules and regulations in the rogue states, and they have very poor living standards.
Then he should have been happy here, right? Certainly his living conditions were better.
Material conditions, baby. Well, thank you for your time, ma'am. I'll be in touch.
I've taken enough of your time today, Alethea.
Sure, Officer Wallace. You know where to find me.
Great. Bye for now.
Bye.
I could have squeezed more time from her today, but she's so emotional. Next time.
No, she's not. Okay. I just got a hunch. One more thing. Okay. I've got a hunch that at some point Alethea is gonna blow this thing wide open. All right. It's just a hunch. Look behind her. Good call. I remember you said there's gonna be something here eventually. The butterfly.
Thing.
Or is it a butterfly?
The item I took from Bogdanov's safe looks like it's part of this thing.
Alethea's pretending to be so dumb? Possibly, yeah. She could have fucking killed him. I don't know about this. Oh, it's a Game Boy Advance.
It's an electronic diary. I bet it belonged to Mr. Bogdanov. But why would he have hidden it here?
Hide it in plain sight. I'm assuming I have to analyze this thing. Do I have time to talk to the teacher? I think either way, if I try to go to the teacher or back to the office, either way,
It's getting
it's
late.
the last thing.
I'm
Okay.
beat. Time to head home.
So I think in the morning I'll try to analyze the diary if I can. All right, dress up time.
That's where I keep my clutter.
Wait,
The accumulation of my life.
wait. Where do I? Okay, good. This is where I dress
What
up.
should I wear?
Dress up time, dress up time. Which cumbersome outfit are we going to wear today? Ian. Okay. Okay, Ian, here we go. Here's one. Here's two. You get to vote on the most annoying person and have them executed. Yes. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. That's not 8. 9. It's the 10 dual commandments. All right. Where? Oh, whoops. Go back to 3. It's got the boob windows. 3 has the boob windows. What do you think of this side boob? You like this side boob? Well, you shouldn't. It's my side boob. Alright. Can I call Larissa and invite her on a date? Alright.
I need to get going, or else I'm going to be late for my meeting with Sandra.
Phoenix's hair, yeah.
Hi, Sandra.
Well, hello, dear. What's up, Ms. Private Eye?
Oh, will you stop calling me that?
She's got the soul patch
Lighten
again.
up, Phoebe. I'm just teasing you.
She's
Really,
got
who
the
are you?
Rudy Giuliani hair dye
Dizzy. Too many
going
things happened
on the chin again.
Dizzy? You probably caught some nasty sickness from one of those immigrants down at your office.
Oh, don't be so crude. The immigration applicants all get decontaminated prior to entering the compound. They're certainly cleaner than we are.
Oh, you don't believe that, do you?
Sandra, get on with it.
Her issue was not with the racism and xenophobia. It was with, hey, come on. Our academy takes care of that. I'm having the problem that I have when someone's being racist. My instinct is to go even more like bigoted to show them how ridiculous they're being. But then you just end up being racist.
Sandra, I witnessed the freakiest thing. I still can't believe what I think I saw.
She's a public eye, yeah, because
One of your
she's
stinky
spilling
immigrants
all
on
the
the
tea
cover of
everywhere.
Cosmo Online.
No, Sandra. Can't you be serious for 1 minute? I really want to share something
Oh yeah,
with you.
they hate each other too.
I love it when you get defensive like this. So, tell me, what did you see?
I saw one of the Immigration Academy students in the
Yeah, exactly, Ian.
side of the Academy gardens. Of course, he was not supposed to be lurking around there, so I chased after him.
That feels like
as
ages
I was
ago.
about to catch him, he walked right through an iron gate.
So, did you go through the gate made of iron as well?
Actually, no. I smacked into the gate and fell on my ass.
No, poor baby. That'll teach you not to mess around with illegal mind-altering drugs and alcohol.
Well, thanks, Sandra. Thanks for the support.
Oh my god.
You wouldn't believe the case that came my way.
What? Another stinky nutcase trying to make his way into the World Union?
Nothing like that. This case is much more intriguing.
Intriguing? Sounds secretive. Can't wait to hear all the details.
I have a murder case to solve.
A murder? You've got to be joking.
Would I joke about a murder?
Come on, you've pulled my leg before. Wait a minute. You're serious, aren't you?
Of course I am.
But I haven't heard anything about a murder on the news.
The case is being kept confidential by judge's orders.
I can't believe it. Here?
It's being kept confidential.
No,
Let me tell you about it.
A Union citizen named Vasily Bogdanov was murdered in Odessa.
Where the hell is Odessa?
It's a port city on the Black Sea. You want to know about this murder case, don't you?
Sure, tell me all the gory details.
Well, the man was murdered with a firearm.
What is a firearm? Some kind of stick on fire?
No, my dear. A firearm is a weapon that was used almost a century ago. In these archaic weapons, an explosion takes place in a tiny chamber, and a small metal piece, a bullet, is projected at high speed towards a target.
Oh, Phoenix. You went into your long, drawn-out explanation mode again. Can you tell me what it is in simple terms?
Okay. A firearm makes a lot of noise, causes a lot of pain, and can kill you.
Oh, one of those barbaric, pain-inflicting weapons. What was he doing in a rogue state anyway?
I don't know yet. But he used to own the thing store at the pyramid. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Alright, I was gonna say they don't know what firearms are, but they have a Second Amendment, but then, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, even if they have futuristic laser guns, there's no murders. So why do they have a Second Amendment? What's going on here? Did they come and take them? Laser... Oh, a gun that hurts people.
Sandra, I met this cool lawyer today. He was just your type.
A lawyer? Who's just my type? What's the man's name? Maybe I know him already.
His name is Douglas D. Anderson. He has a posh office in the business district.
You mean the Douglas D. Anderson?
You know him?
Sure. He's one of the most prestigious lawyers in Adrianopolis.
And guess who one of his clients used to be?
No. Don't tell me.
Yes, him, Mr. Bogdanov.
He's one of the most expensive. How could
For
you
being
dead Russian
so
immigrants
by
have
the book,
afforded him?
it's so weird how
Beats
she
me,
just spills
but
all
I'll
this.
figure it out soon.
Was he hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just your gal pal.
All right. Blue eyes, blonde hair, had a nice bod.
So, are you going to see this hunk of a lawyer again?
I think so. I will certainly have more questions for him.
I'm not talking about questioning him. I'm talking about getting in his pants.
Sandra, you are so crude. Why can't you keep sex off your mind for longer than 30 seconds?
Your
society loves sex! When I pay him an official visit? You could pose as my assistant.
Get out of here. I'll meet him at one of my parties. I'll have to arrange for a lawyer's only party. Then I can see this hunk for myself.
She's gay for Sandra and subconsciously trying to impress her? Probably.
Oh, Sandra, we are so lucky.
Are you talking about lucky in love?
What do you think of this music, Ian?
Why do you have to make a joke about everything? I'm referring to an even more basic need, the need for security. Larissa Lukin told me about the chaos and crime and all the other bad things that are prevalent in Russia.
Well, what did you expect from a rogue state? Wake up and smell the flowers.
Don't you feel lucky that we're living in such a tranquil and stable society?
I don't believe it has anything to do with
Yeah,
luck
this
here.
this is
After
ripe
all,
for
those
memes,
rogue
dude.
staters had better HDIs. they wouldn't have such fundamental
Like
problems.
just like a
They're simply
loading
superior
circle over her
individuals,
face.
And that's why our union is
Whenever
named.
she gets like roasted and
Regardless,
doesn't
my tough,
understand.
thick-skinned friend, I feel lucky.
I don't know. Doesn't it feel like one of the weird songs in like SimCity or like City Skylines where you're just like, what the hell is this? When did the BPM go up?
Oh, did I tell you how the dead guy and his preferred partner met?
No. Was it a match made in
Ian, I'm gonna need
Immigration
some City
Academy?
Skylines tips, by the way.
Yes. How did you know?
Just a guess. Oh, I can't imagine. Meeting a sexual partner in a dirt hole like the Immigration Academy? Just the thought of it gives me the creeps. How can one think about sexual urges in such a filthy environment?
What are you talking about? It's an immaculate place. The immigration applicants are to keep it spotless, or else they all fail.
Get out of here. What about the immigrants themselves?
I'd watch it because I'm
Don't tell me
curious
they're
how you would
immaculate.
play.
Immaculate my ass.
Part of me is like I get like too ahead of myself where I try to like, because I see the problems I have later as the city develops, so I try to like when I do a new one I try to like bypass those, but I feel like you kind of have to adapt as you go. I get to a point where I'm so overwhelmed by traffic and just like the basic, everything starts to like get harder and I'm like, oh fuck. So I'm like, did I do all this wrong from the beginning, or what do I do from here?
Sandra,
That sort of thing.
Do you find our pyramid
If that makes sense, I don't
fascinating?
know.
Well, I find the shops in the pyramid fascinating. But as far as I'm concerned, they need to change the shape of it.
Oh yeah? To what?
A
How about
dick.
a heart?
Oh, quit it. Anyhow, Larissa Lucan thinks
She's
it is
having
the
none of
greatest
her
thing since
shit.
sliced bread. She fantasizes about it, like you fantasize about your men.
Well, I guess it would be.
I was
quite
all excited.
impressive
I
for
made
an
like an
immigrant.
ore district,
She told me
like
they
an
would
ore
watch it
industry
from their
district,
dorm rooms in the
but there
academy
were no
and dream
workers,
of shopping inside,
and I couldn't
as
put
if it
down
was something
residential
unreachable.
zones fast enough
So,
for
did she
workers to
think it
get
was
there,
going to
and
do
like places
backflips
just
or
kept shutting
something?
down. I was like, fuck.
Sandra, you really can be so heartless at times. Things are very complex in this murder case, Sandra. Now I have to find this peace officer impersonator.
An impersonator? Tell me more.
Alethea Cordoba claims that a peace officer came to the thing store before me and asked about Bogdanov.
Hey, maybe that young Central American who works with you was snooping around. What was his name again? Don Juan?
Don Juan. Yeah, right. Really funny. No, it wasn't Julio.
You fucking.
Alethea was very descriptive and sure of herself. I know it wasn't Julio. He would never have gone against Dagmar's orders.
Oh, yeah. Dagmar the Cruel.
I told you not to call her that. She is not cruel. She's just not very personable, that's all.
Whatever. I just don't like her manners. Not politically correct at all.
I'm just saying, just like a server coming in with their tea or their coffee, put down a plate of biscuits or something, just to set the mood, you know, make it feel alive.
I met this psychiatrist today. It was a strange encounter.
Oh, tell me about it. I didn't know you were seeing a psychiatrist.
I'm not, you silly. You know I can't afford one. This is the psychiatrist of the dead guy.
What are your no
Oh,
taxes
his
paying for?
psychiatrist. You mean he could afford one?
Apparently, yes. At least he could afford one recently. It was my first face-to-face encounter with a shrink. She
I would
was
think
nice
they
and
would
helpful.
want everyone to have
Those
access
shrinks can
to
be very tough to talk to.
therapists in this
Remember when I
society.
was dating that psychiatrist, Herman Schuster? I couldn't have a conversation with him. He would shut me out in a very politically correct way. I suspect he was only after my body. Can't blame him, can you?
Sandra, I refuse to comment on that.
You're lucky that the dead guy's shrink was willing to talk to you. Maybe she'll help you solve the case, Ms. Private Eye.
Oh, I met the most naive girl in town today. I wonder if she'll be any help in solving my case.
Naive? In what way?
In the sweet and stupid way. Under different circumstances, I would have found her to be really cute. But from an investigative point of view, I think her contributions will be very vague and limited.
Nah, she's gonna bust this case wide open.
Her name is Alethea Cordoba. And I didn't call her an airhead. She just seems a little too innocent, that's all.
Well, you may need to disregard most of her comments. She might mislead you without even being aware of it. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on her.
I don't know about that, Sandra. She may know important facts about the case and not even be aware of them. And it's my job to pry them out of her. You can't imagine how quickly the rumors are spreading with the Bogdanov case.
Let me guess. He wasn't murdered. He died of overexertion.
Overexertion? During exercise or something?
Yes, sort of. As in, he had a heart attack while booming.
Sandra, get your head out of the gutter.
Phoenix, I was just trying to have some fun. So, was I right?
No, on the contrary. Some people think he was sliced and diced for his flesh and organs.
Oh, how gross. Where did you hear this from?
The girls on the floor at the things store, of course.
Phoenix, I don't know. How are you going to rely on any information from those three? I'm sure you'll be hearing more rumors from them.
I'm sure it's just, you know, dialogue or whatever, but how does she know there's three of them? I've only mentioned Alethea. Like, did I mention Monica? I don't know, but I certainly didn't mention
I've got
Piper.
something that'll make you laugh.
Lay it on me. I can use a good laugh.
Apparently, Little Miss Innocent was getting special encouragement from Mr. Bogdanov.
Little Miss Alethea?
Yep.
So just how special was this encouragement?
Well, if the recipient of this treatment had been you or I, we would call it totally inappropriate, considering the groping nature of the conduct.
Hey, groping is fine with me, providing that it's my hands doing the groping. But a guide...
Dialogue clutter, yeah.
Yuck, that's repulsive.
Alethea thinks it was to motivate her, and she kinda liked it.
I wonder what her advisor at school had to say about that.
She probably never mentioned it.
Man, we're all about gossip
Tell me,
for
Sandra,
Alethea.
did you take geography at college?
Sure. I took shitloads of geography until the names of our cities, regions, mountains, and everything else about our union were coming out of my ears.
What about geography of the rogue states?
The rogue states? Sure, I had classes, but nobody really took them seriously. Why do you ask?
Little Miss Alethea knows nothing about the rogue states. She acts as if the entire rogue state area only exists on television shows. Doesn't that seem weird to you?
Not really. Why would any Union citizen need to know anything about the rogue states? Waste of time.
It'd be funny if she was like, Jesus, Phoenix, why are you obsessed with this Alethea person? Can you calm down?
Julius is driving me crazy.
Why? What did he do now?
He hid my key and threw away my PA. I was fortunate enough to find my PA, but no luck with the key. I had to pull a trick that I saw in an old movie to access my stuff.
I don't understand why anybody in your office is putting up with him.
Well, it is said that he saved the life of a director during a riot in the early days of the academy.
I know all about that, but it still doesn't explain why he's still an academy student who never pays. How old is he now?
I don't know, but he looks ancient, and nothing he says makes sense anymore. I think he's going senile.
Hey, could Chief Dagmar be having an affair with old Julius? Maybe that's why he's still sweeping the floors.
Oh, Sandra. Do you really think Chief Morrison would sleep with a janitor?
Why not? Maybe he's got something we don't know about.
I should go.
You had a rough day, didn't you, Phoebe?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Tell you what, there's this great party tonight, and I'm gonna take you there so you could forget about life for a while.
Wait a minute. Just what kind of party are you talking about? Is this one of the parties that you organize to promote promiscuity?
Well, you know me. I'm full of surprises.
But Sandra, I stick out like a sore thumb at those parties. They're not my style.
Lighten up, Phoenix. Didn't anybody tell you it's fashionable to be promiscuous? Besides, you might get lucky. What'd he say?
Okay, I give in. Let's go and try to forget about life for a while. What a party that was. I think I need a week to recuperate. My head hurts from all that noise.
Okay, I'm gonna do one more day, I believe, and then call it a night. Sound good to everybody? Everybody on board with that? Can I watch TV again?
Welcome to the Court Network. Tonight we continue broadcasting live the landmark case of Simpson versus Kane.
Oh, that was it. All right, I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll do one more day. And if I'm super intrigued, I will do another day. We'll play it by ear. Chair stream, I need to shut the door. Like $6 million is overpaying for Kotkaniemi, right? Like, by a lot, I assume. But they're just doing it to be petty. Which is just great. It's just fantastic.
My big plant.
It's me opening a White Claw. I gotta be able to, like, hack into that fucking diary, right?
I don't need to use that function right now.
Okay.
I don't need to use that function right now.
Okay. I don't think that's gonna do anything. That's not a thing that's gonna happen. No. No. What can I text? What text can I analyze this? Hey, analyze this. Okay. Let's see. Let's probably not gonna work either. No. Let's see if we can just break into that thing. Just by looking at it. Nothing. Whoops. Oh yeah, I forgot that like scrolls the chat when I do that. Alright. Yeah, I must not be able to do anything with that yet. Let's see. It's weird that this is still in my inventory too. It really is. Alright, guess I'll go back to interviewing people. I want to go back to Alethea for the memes. Unless anyone is like, you're forgetting something super important, I want to go back to Alethea for the memes. And then probably the teacher person after that. Oh yeah, good idea. Calling Larissa. True, Ian. True indeed.
Hi, Ms. Lucan. It's Phoenix Wallace again.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Very good. And you?
I am slightly better, I guess.
Look, Ms. Lucan, I know these are very difficult times for you, and I appreciate your patience with me. Why don't we continue our conversation in a more pleasant place? Do you mind, if we have coffee at the pyramid?
Oh, well, I must admit, it is tempting.
I assure you, I will go very easy on you.
Well, alright then.
I'm not going to.
If we meet at...
Oh, I don't know if I should. I should probably play it slow with this one.
That is my favorite. See you in 1 hour then. Bye.
Goodbye. Whew, that was easy. I guess I'm getting better at this.
Never talk to cops videos.
Finally, I was able to convince her to see me. Hopefully, it'll be worth it.
I don't know if I should still play
Hello,
it
Miss
slow
Lucan.
or if I should put on some more
hello, dear.
pressure.
I'm glad you could make it.
I wouldn't pass a chance to spend some time at the pyramid, especially at someone else's expense. I am officially a GPSN guest, right?
Oh, sure. No problem. What would you like to eat or drink?
I will have an extra spicy burrito and a
Good
black
call.
coffee, please, dear.
Sure, Ms. Lucan.
And do call me Larissa, okay?
Yes, Larissa. By the way, call me Phoenix.
Phoenix? Oh, that's really cute.
Cute? Yes. Waiter.
I'm gonna... Both are good questions. Both are good questions. Because I can just like continue with the Russia thing, or I'm gonna... I think she's gonna get up... We're gonna play it slow.
Is a burrito your favorite in this place?
Yes, it is. It is so well flavored.
I know. I also like Mexican food very much. My favorite is fajitas.
Vegetarian or
My favorite is
synthetic meat?
fajitas.
Either's good.
I I like those Shinto meats very much. They actually taste better than real meat, you know?
I wouldn't know.
Bring on Syntho meat, dude. No. I'm I hope you're enjoying this because I'm trying to I'm trying to what, Matt? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to play this correct. Well, I'm trying to play it well. I'm sure there's no correct way to do everything. But like I'm agonizing over every question.
You like our pyramid?
Are you kid? I was dreaming of an apartment with a view of it. It is one of my favorite relaxation activities. Just watch it glow.
I also do that sometimes. Not as much as I used to, though.
You should. I discovered that it has.
I really think playing it slow for now is going to work with her.
I'm planning on just watching it this evening.
But keeping in the back of the mind that I'm not... here we go. Shopping in Russia. There we go.
Did you enjoy shopping in Russia?
Kind of. It was awfully expensive, though.
Was it possible to find everything you needed?
Oh, yes. If you can pay the price, you can find anything. Even the stuff not available here.
Interesting. Oh, man. Friends, we're keeping it light for now.
Larissa, did Mr. Bogdanov have many friends?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did.
Can you name some of them?
Sure. There are girls at the store. He likes them a lot. His lawyer, psychiatrist.
Larissa, those sound to me more like business associates.
Oh, friends? I don't really know any names of his friends, now that I think about it.
Thank you for coming all the way here to talk to me, Larissa.
I think we did that one right.
Maybe we'll continue chatting
I think we did that
tomorrow
okay.
at your home.
Sure, dear. Au revoir.
Well, that got me nowhere. It's very difficult to get any useful information from this woman.
Don't blame yourself, Joanna. I think that was important just to establish rapport. We're good here. We're good. All right, let's go to the thing store. Just imagine watching this person trying to leave in real life. Like, oh dear, oh boy. Oh, I can't. Can I just not walk out? I probably have to fast travel, I'm guessing. Oh, okay.
I like the food here. They offer a good variety. That's why I have a lease agreement with this place. I can come here anytime and eat whatever I want for a fixed monthly rate.
That actually sounds pretty nice. Probably insanely expensive, though. Ian, music appraisal. Excuse me, I have a lease agreement. I can walk around like an idiot. Wait, was I able to? No, I wasn't. Okay. All right. You subscribe to a restaurant. All right, let's go talk to our girls again. Okay, where are they? Monica, just Monica. What? Did I have a second Alethea page? I know I made a second Alethea page, and I then wrote nothing on it. Yeah, okay. There's more Alethea and Monica. Okay. How the fuck? How do I get to the thing?
NGOs are one of the pillars of the Union Society. Every Union citizen is expected to join an NGO to repay her debt to the Union system.
So you don't pay taxes, but you have to support NGOs. Which really takes the non-governmental part out of the non-governmental organization, doesn't it? When the government mandates that you donate to them. Suicidal carnivores. What's up, bro? Dude's living his best life over there. I'm waiting for the camera to change. Nope. This is Google Snake, Garrett. I should play Google Snake. Google. Can I just fast travel there, or will that take up more time than walking there would? Okay. I'm assuming it'll take up the appropriate amount of time. Oh, I'm there. Yeah, we'll just fast travel. We'll see what it does. Oh my god, it's already 12 p.m.? Jesus. What's up?
Hi, Alethea.
What's the word today, Alethea? Oh. That's it for her. I don't even know. I think the game was telling me don't bother talking to her.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Bogdanov involved in any other business venture?
Business adventure? I think this business was adventurous enough for him.
Alethea, you misunderstood me again. I said business venture, as in, did he have any other kind of business?
Oh, sure. He was a very successful businessman.
So he did have other business.
He was doing art consultancy. He was very talented man, Mr. Bogdanov.
So, what do you know about this art consultancy?
I know that he was making a lot of money. Oh, and he was doing so well.
How exactly do you know he was making a lot of money?
You know, he had that walk about him. He just seemed so confident. He must have been
Art
making a lot of
consultancy
money.
equals money laundering.
Thank you for your insight, Alethea. You've been so helpful.
Oh, I'm so proud of myself.
I wrote that down because I desperately want it to be important. I desperately want that to be important. Yeah, what's the deal with Monica?
So, tell me about the girls you work with. How about Monica?
Monica? Oh, it's great working with her. She is such a hard worker, and I learned so much from her.
So you get along very well?
Oh yeah, like two peas in a pod. We do a lot of things together.
Such as?
Well, we work together, and shop together, and talk. You know, those kinds of things.
Would you consider her a close friend?
She is my best friend at work.
Work wife.
Did Mr. Bogdanov have many friends?
You bet. He was always spending time with his friends.
Always? Spending time doing what?
You know, the routine. Going out, eating something, and having fun.
What kind of fun?
Officer Wallace, you talk as if you're from another galaxy. You know, fun.
I can only assume. Can you be specific, Alethea?
Oh, I guess you're not the type to go out. You see, Mr. B liked going out to a lot of places, and he especially liked this one club.
So, he went to this club with his buddies?
I think so. He was always having fun with his
A
friends.
lead! What's the club? Ooh, I want to know that.
So, tell me more about this club.
Oh, it's très chic, as they say in Paris.
Have you been to this club, Alethea?
Oh, no. I don't think I'd fit in there just yet.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for one thing, it's very pricey.
And what else?
I guess they play some very old and exotic music there. I don't like classical music. It's boring, if you know what I mean.
Why would such a chic place play such music?
Haven't got a clue. Must be something to do with strange, expensive taste.
So where is this très chic place?
I think it's somewhere in the pyramid. I don't know its name. I'm new here, you know.
I was thinking asking, what's her name, your friend?
I think I've got everything I need from you for my investigation, Alethea.
Sure, Officer Wallace.
Thanks, and goodbye.
Bye!
Well, this is as good as it gets with her.
Oh, is that the game telling me that's it for her? Okay. No, stop. There we go.
Hi, Monica. I'm back.
Hello, Officer Wallace. Good to see you again.
Ah. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not having sex with a man. Don't clip that. Okay, we'll try that.
Did you know Mr. Bogdanov was going to Russia?
No, I did not. Why on earth would anybody want to go there?
Well, he must have had his reasons.
Apparently so, but look where it got him. And now, what are we to do in the store without him? He was such a positive influence on me.
In what way?
He was an exemplary businessman with such strong ideals.
What's your job description here?
I'm a junior sales clerk. However, I was supposed to be promoted to senior level, but with the changes in management, I don't know when it will happen.
Why do you think they will postpone your promotion? Isn't it merit-based?
Of course it is merit-based, but you see, Mr. Bogdanov had secretly promised that I would be promoted.
So, nobody else knows about it?
No, he told me to keep it confidential. Mum's the word.
I think we're at a dead end here. She doesn't know anything about this, so...
Did you know Mr. Bogdanov was a recent immigrant?
Oh, no, I was not aware of that.
He immigrated from Russia only 3 years ago.
Is that right? I never would have guessed.
Why not?
Oh, Mr. Bogdanov was so sophisticated and he fit in so well.
In what ways did he fit in?
Professionally, he was the most ambitious boss. I've ever met. He had a very strong work ethic and he was dedicated to being successful. I think he was like any other union businessman.
So the thought never crossed your mind that Mr. Bogdanov might have been an immigrant?
Never. He was nothing like the sufferers we see on the holovision. I'm quite surprised by this news.
I'm distracted about how she's a bad voice
I'm
actor.
very sorry again, Officer Wallace, but some customers are in need of my immediate attention.
No, not again.
My job may be in jeopardy if I don't respond swiftly.
This is the last time, young lady. I won't be so patient with you again.
Oh, thank you again, Officer Wallace.
I can't believe she did it to me again. Monica is really starting to annoy me.
1:26 p.m. Can I just skip it and go right to the thing?
It's edible Play-Doh. I used to love these.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's just do it right away. If we're allowed.
Assorted candies. How appetizing. I don't much like gum myself, but maybe that little girl will want it.
And now...
I think I'm too old to play with these. I think I'm too old to play with these.
Can't do it yet. Okay.
Oh, what a cutie.
Hi, cutie. How are you?
Hi, cutie yourself. I'm a respectable 5th grader, and you need to address me appropriately, or else I'll report you for discrimination.
My goodness. I was just being friendly.
Friendly, huh? You adults never know how to address the younger ones like me. Only our teachers here at the Child
I
Development
remember this
Center
weird
treat us
fucking
with
kid.
the respect we deserve.
Fine. I apologize for my misconduct. By the way, you have a very special tattoo on your forehead.
I want to be an arrivee when I grow up. Our teachers here are preparing all of us as potential arrivees of the future. Did you know that?
Of course I do. One day long ago, I was a student here myself. Anyhow, respected 5th grader, I am here to see Ms. Kati Stavropoulos.
Ms. Stavropoulos is not available at the moment. Would you like to leave a message?
But I need to see her right away, young lady. I am a peace officer.
Happens with everybody.
Hey! What did I say about addressing me appropriately?
Oh, pardon me. Anyhow, I am here for official peace business. Please inform Ms. Stavropoulos that she has a visitor from the Peace Center.
I've already told you. She's not available.
Listen here, you little
That's
shit.
an insistent little kid. Maybe I should try another approach.
My dear, respected 5th grader, how about some candy?
Sure, but it depends on the flavor.
Here, try this. I think you'll enjoy it.
Hey, this isn't kiwi flavored. Forget it. If it's not kiwi flavored, I don't want it.
Kiwi flavored candy. Darn, I don't think they have it in the dispenser.
Hey, you don't call me anymore. Is it so difficult to open your PA and select me from the contact list?
Sorry, Sandra.
Tutorial.
This case is draining all my energy.
I know. Well, I'm gonna treat you to dinner tonight, okay?
What's the occasion? My birthday was 3 months ago.
I know that. I want to hear the latest about your case, that's all.
Oh, I see. Are you trying to bribe a peace officer?
She's
yes,
FBI.
I am.
Well, at least you're honest.
You know me, babe. Around 8 at the cafe?
Sure. See ya.
Anyway.
Assorted candies. How appetizing. I don't much like gum myself.
Yeah, just take it. Matt, it's time to poison a child.
Maybe I can.
Oops. And
aha! Now I got you, you little brat.
don't accidentally talk to her. Make sure you get the candy out.
My dear, respected 5th grader. How about some candy?
Sure, but it depends on the flavor.
Well, I bet you'll like this one. Here, try it.
All right. I love kiwi.
And while you enjoy your candy, would it be possible for me to talk to Ms. Stavropoulos?
I suppose so. I think she's on a break. Let me page her.
Yes! Got
I
it.
just want you to be talking to the teacher and the kid just be like, what the fuck?
Miss Stavropoulos, let me introduce myself. I am Phoenix
Okay.
Wallace.
Don't
a
lay it
senior
on too
security
thick with
officer
the
from
sexual
Peace and
stuff.
Security Center.
Hello. How can I help you?
Miss Stavropoulos?
Just call me Katie, please.
Oh, of course, Katie. I understand that you're a close companion of Mr. Vasily Bogdanov?
Yes, Vasily and I are sexual partners. Why do you ask? Is there a problem?
I'm afraid that I have some devastating news for you. Do sit down and I will explain.
Please, tell me what it is. I don't want to sit down.
Unfortunately, Mr. Bogdanov is dead.
He's dead? What do you mean he's dead? How did it happen? Please tell me.
I regret to report that he was murdered.
Murdered? He was murdered? How can that be possible? We put so much effort into raising our young.
Yeah, it was edible
We
Play-Doh.
nurture and guide them so
So
that
I
they
think
can become
they're just a
responsible,
dumb kid that
effective
got tricked.
citizens of the system?
They just think it's
So
kiwi
that
because it's
such
green.
atrocity should never happen. Are you telling me our system has failed to protect one of its citizens?
Actually, Katie, it happened in the city of Odessa, in a Russian rogue state.
Oh,
Yeah,
Those
talking about failing
barbarians.
systems to a fascist police
I'm somewhat
officer.
relieved that it did not happen on our soil. What am I to do without my dear Vasily?
Okay. I don't think she knew anything about that. Ugh.
Do you know if he had any NGO duties?
Although we never spoke about it, I don't think Vasily had any NGO duties.
What makes you think that?
He wasn't the type of man to devote time to such activities.
You mean he did not believe in the NGO's missions?
No, that's not it. He was just too devoted to the success of his business. Unless, of course, He got involved in something during the last 2 weeks.
Why in the last 2 weeks?
Because I haven't seen him.
Okay, definitely don't ask this. That'll piss her off.
Were you out of town during that time?
No, I was not. I devote all of my time to my job. I cannot leave my students.
Any specific reason for not seeing him then?
Yes.
Do you mind telling me about those reasons?
No, I don't mind. We had an unpleasant conversation. Since then, I had no contact with him.
Seems to be no matter what, pretty much all you get from her the first time.
I know this is very difficult for you. I think I'll just come back another day. Is that all right?
Sure. As you wish.
Thanks for your help.
Glad to be of service to the system.
Okay.
Poor woman. She looked
Okay, rapport.
shaken, yet she appeared calm and controlled. It's a good thing I didn't push her too much the first time.
We're learning. I'm a neural net processor, a learning computer.
Huh. I remember writing an essay just like that when I was her age. I guess some things never change.
Alright. Who do I want to? So I literally have to wait for an appointment with that guy. Let me just take a look here. It's been 3 weeks since the therapist seen him too, so she wouldn't know about the fight. Let's talk to the therapist again.
It's getting late, and I'm beat.
Or not.
Time to head home.
Didn't realize how late it was. Let's go talk to Sandra.
A message from Jean-Michel. I haven't heard from him in a while. He must be needy or something. Otherwise, he wouldn't invite me. Whatever.
I thought I was supposed to meet Sandra tonight. Oh, okay.
What should I wear?
I want to wear an outfit that says you're not getting any, because he's not getting any. I should just wear my police outfit, to be honest. No. Show off the least. Yes. Show up in uniform. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yep, you're not getting any. Oh, they won't let you? Okay. Alright. This one. Showing off the least amount of skin. Alright.
I need to get going, or else I'm going to be late for my meeting with Sandra.
I'm sore right here. Ow. Ow.
Hi, Sandra.
Hey, girl. Where have you been? Have you been working too hard again?
No. Well, maybe. A little. Ugh, I don't know. How are you?
Well, I'm great, but you look exhausted. And you could definitely use a drink. So let's order something.
That's a fantastic idea. I'll have a mind-altering drink.
How about a La Jolla Ocean Breeze?
That sounds great. I've had a rough day.
I was just gonna mention she's wearing something different. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Sandra, I don't know what to make of this new generation. They're a bunch of ungrateful
Old woman
little
yells at Cloud.
bastards.
Are you referring to the girls at the Things store again?
No, I'm talking about some little 12-year-old at the Child Development Center. Get this. She had a make-believe arrivee tattoo on
A
her
rough
forehead
day of poisoning
and an
children.
attitude of a real arrivee.
What did she do?
Well, she was sitting in for the receptionist, and she wouldn't let me see anyone until I gave her a reward of her own choosing.
Oh, is that right? That's the attitude I would want my own child to have. Do you know whose investment she is?
I have no idea, but she had such a chip on her shoulder. It must have been someone with an HDI of at least 80.
Well, whomever it is, if that girl is as clever as she is ambitious, she'll return all the investment made on her by the time she turns 20.
I went to my old school today. Every time I go there, I feel so weird.
Why do you feel weird?
It's just that I have flashbacks of unpleasant memories.
Oh, sweetie. We all have to deal with those. Just push them out of your mind.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, all right. I guess I did not have a rough childhood like you. Anyway, why did you go there?
To meet this teacher, who was the murdered immigrant's love interest.
Ooh, now you've
We
got my
all have to
attention.
deal with those.
Did she give
Good-
you any
good
vivid
friend thing to
details of
say.
their lustful encounters?
You know that kind of information is confidential. I can't share any of the details with you.
Come on, Phoenix. I've heard you go into confidential details before. Why is this case any different?
It just is.
It's not. It's literally not. You told her everything else.
It appears Mr. Bogdanov was quite an entrepreneur.
You mean he had business interests outside the Thing store?
Yes, I learned that he had an art consultancy business too.
Since when do immigrants know anything about art?
Well, he must have known something, because I'm told
She's gonna
this
push her
business
drink
was
off the
booming.
table.
He must have been a real, how do they say, a connoisseur de art.
Apparently so, because his business was thriving.
I don't know about that. I've never heard the name Bogdanov in any art circles.
Maybe he used a different name. Bogdanov doesn't sound too appealing, does it?
Or maybe he was just selling crap.
Money laundering, like Ian said.
I was finally able to get Larissa Lukin to talk to me again.
Great. You must have charmed her with your gift of gab.
No, actually, I had a tip from the chief.
Oh, what did that blob have to say?
Stop calling her that. She is my boss, and she's very good at her work.
She's still a blob. So tell me, what was her tip?
She advised me to take her to a more pleasant environment. So, I invited her to have a coffee at the Pyramid.
And I bet she jumped on that offer.
Yes, she seemed very grateful for the offer.
These immigrants are so easily impressed. I guess it has to do with their lack of sophistication.
You can be so hard on people.
Lighten up, Phoebe. It's just a fact.
Oh, did I tell you that one of the Thing store clerks was apparently intimate with Bogdanov?
No, but I'm all ears.
This girl, Monica, tells me that Bogdanov used to caress her while she worked in order to inspire her.
Oh, okay.
I can't even imagine being touched by an immigrant. And she let him caress her? Yuck.
And I have a feeling they didn't stop there.
Oh, Phoenix. I don't think I want to hear more of this. I might throw up.
Come on, you sleep with the people you work with all the time. What's so upsetting about Monica sleeping with her boss? Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, but sleeping with a guy that motivates you by caressing? How repulsive.
Sandra, what do you know about WEMA?
WEMA as in World Image Makers Association?
Yes, that's the one.
They are an independent power group with very strong political connections. Why do you ask?
Well, I went to see Bogdanov's image maker, Roger Arnett, and...
That stinky immigrant was seeing Roger Arnett?
Jesus!
Evidently he was. But I wasn't even allowed to speak with
Is Sandra
Mr.
gonna
Arnett
get me in?
because his abrasive assistant wouldn't let me go anywhere near him. She even implied that I could be sued for violating my own company rules. Can you believe that?
Oh, yes. I can believe that. WEMA has very strong ties to the GPSN. I never understood the relationship between the two, but I know that image makers from WEMA are playing an important role in our society.
I know that, but it doesn't give this assistant the right to be politically incorrect.
Well, my dear, get used to it. All of those associated with WEMA are known to be rather politically incorrect.
Monica from the Thing Store tells me that she had no idea Bogdanov was an immigrant.
Are you serious? She must be a few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Picnic? What are you talking about?
Oh, Phoenix. It means that Monica isn't very bright.
Well, it seems to me she's bright enough to know a few ways to get ahead on the sales floor.
Maybe so, but then again, she should have been able to smell it out.
Yeah, there's a way to do it through your phone, and it has bad reviews, but as long as it functions enough for me to be able to get these full screen reactions, because I feel they are needed.
Oh, it's getting late, Sandra. I need to leave now.
What's the rush?
I have to meet Jean-Michel for dinner.
Is that right? So, how are things going with the tall Marine?
Fine, I suppose.
You say that about all the men you date. You know, you gotta go into these relationships with a positive attitude.
I know.
Bro, what is
I
a
can't
phone?
help it. Maybe there's something wrong with me.
Yeah, she's not in the
Nothing
men.
wrong with you, Phoenix. You're just taking life too seriously.
I'm not taking life too seriously. I just can't seem to find the right partner.
What are you talking about, Phoenix? What's this right partner crap? Didn't they teach you at school? Men and women are selfish creatures, and there is no such thing as the right partner. Every partner is right, provided he or she has a healthy genetic makeup.
Jesus.
But I haven't felt comfortable with any of the men I've seen yet. They just don't feel right for some reason.
I think you're expecting too much.
Okay.
They're just men. Go on. Have some fun with Jean-Michel.
Hi.
Oh,
What's
he
up?
sucks.
Starving. Let's order something.
How about your favorite pizza?
Sure.
I feel like I wore the right outfit. Garrett, you're reminding me of that video that H3H3 reacted to back in the day, where it's like Newt Gingrich, and he's like, "We're really puzzled. We've been trying to figure out what to call this thing. Sure, it's a phone, but it's also a dictionary," you know, stuff like that.
Any activity on the border lately?
Nope. All quiet in the Eastern Front.
Are you expecting anything?
Negative. We are not expecting any activity in the short, medium, and in the long term.
You're that
He
sucks. Who can challenge the mighty Union Army?
sure? That sounds like a Holovision quiz show question.
Well, you know what I mean. Seriously. From a military point of view, the rogue states are weaker than ever.
He's getting nothing.
I'm working on a new case.
What kind of case? One of your boring cases against scientific living?
No. I have a far more serious case on my hands this time.
More serious than a case involving irrational decision-making? Tell me about it.
I'm investigating a murder case.
You're kidding me. You can't handle a murder.
Is that right? I can handle much more than you think, soldier boy.
Just kidding.
Kidding. Yeah, right.
Come on, Phoenix. You know I was just joking.
Don't give me that, okay?
Why would you joke
Just relax,
about it?
will you? I know one way of making you happy. How about going to my place after dinner?
Oh, sure. So appealing after all your compliments.
Ladies. Not gonna say that. Not gonna say it. Just not gonna say it. Not even, no, inappropriate. Yeah, I mean, oh. Well played, dude. Can we get some well played? Give. Okay, I really just find the well played and just give me all of them all at once. I want them to surround this man's face. This face of failure, right there. Surround him with well played.
Let's go to my place.
No, I can't.
You can't, or you won't.
Sorry, Jean-Michel. This murder case is taking a lot of energy, and I need to focus better.
You know what? In our trainings, they mentioned that sexual activity improves focusing ability in general.
Well, maybe it is not the case for me.
Aw. Come on, Phoenix. Don't be a pooper.
I'm not interested today, okay?
Okay.
Pooper.
Okay.
I gotta go. I'll see you later.
They haven't even had dinner.
He can be so demoralizing sometimes. Then he expects me to entertain him. No thanks.
Homie does not go down either. You know for a fact. Oh my god. I'm going to awkwardly run out. I can talk to him again. What happens if I talk to him again? I'm gonna sashay down these stairs. You're never seeing this again. Hey, where's the pooper? Sir?
Well, there's an expert, playing it so beautifully.
Hey, you might be right.
Hi, how are you doing?
You got a request, lady? If not, please, beat it.
Excuse me for living. I guess you woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning.
A man needs to concentrate on his job, you know. Can't you see I'm playing? This ain't no
Shitty pianist
piano,
if you can't
know?
have
I thought
a
piano
quick
meant
conversation
to play
while
and
you
talk at the
play.
same time.
You got
Yeah.
that wrong, lady. I'm doing a live performance here, and that requires concentration on my part. And respect from the audience.
You have all my respect, sir, and you play beautifully. But if you don't mind me saying, you don't seem to enjoy what you're doing.
I enjoy it, all right. Used to enjoy, I should say.
You don't like playing anymore?
I like playing. It's just playing the same things over and over. It's killing me.
Why don't you try new stuff?
Have you heard any new stuff that can be played on a piano?
I guess not much.
Not much. How about none at all? It's all that electronic crap. Ha! Leave me be.
Poor man. Nobody really appreciates his trade anymore. Then again, it doesn't give him the right to be nasty to his customers.
Dudes rock. can try.
That's Pierre's.
Oh.
My favorite restaurant in town.
Whoops.
A little bit pricey, though.
Well. That's probably all I can do for this day, then, I assume. Yeah. Alright. Let's go back to our house. And save. Yeah, that's the map. I really want to keep playing. I'm super invested right now, but I'm so tired. Okay. Slot 1. Yeah. Okay, well, we've got an hour just in case that one fails. Well, we can make that up pretty quick. Slot 1's our save file. Go to sleep in the game. Yeah, good idea. That way we'll wake up in the... or we'll be in the office right away. There we go. Alright, well, we made a lot of progress. We realized that we had to start over. But then we made a lot of progress together. You and me. And yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. With me and you and my dog Blue, we can do anything that we want to do. Maybe I should just have my daughter's Blue doll with me next time. Yeah, that was super fun. So hopefully we'll get back to this on Wednesday. As long as the game's saved properly. So yeah, I'll see you then. Thanks for the biddies, and thanks for hanging out. Bye.